Yeah.
Feeling nervous this time.
Roll a 3, an 8, and 11 to start.
You are alive. That's a good start. I don't have to be nervous. Okay. You all have been traveling for more than 2 days now through the dark and dangerous territories of the Emerann forest, being led southward by the Tabaxi woman, Sora. The journey so far has included various odd encounters and points of interest, and thanks to your guide, surprisingly little life-threatening danger. But when you woke on this particular morning, Sora was missing from camp and did not return after waiting for a little while. Through some investigation, you all found signs of struggle just outside of Roulette's alarm radius and patterns of seemingly equine hoof prints leading southwestward from your location. As you followed the trail, seeking to locate your Villian guide in these lands, you approached a massively overgrown thicket-like structure made of thickly braided bramble vine, a form that looms over 100, 120, 150 foot high, and many more times wide, that seems to curve at the edges of your peripherals, indicating some kind of circular spherical form to some degree of the structure. And it intertwines and entangles with the trees and canopy above it. And we pick back up there as the small drone companion of Roulette ventures forward through the dark tunnel entrance into the structure, roughly mid-morning of Turdas, the 12th of Frostfall.
So the entrance, is it like an archway? Is it like just a hole into this? What does the entrance actually look like?
Think densely weeded bramble, spiky thorn-like vines, but like an igloo of this entire structure. And the front entrance seems to be not like a carved archway, but an archway in that like the bramble vines seem to like grow inward into it, creating some sort of like natural tunnel into that space. The tunnel itself is probably 6 foot tall, maybe 8 feet wide, so fairly small. Some of you may even have to duck slightly, but you're all standing roughly 15 feet or so away from that structure entrance, and you're left to do what you want to do.
Roulette torches out.
As Moby 3 goes the other side of the tunnel, do I see anyone? Do I see anything big and scary?
Make a perception check with Moby 3's perception. And it does have blind sight, I believe, but which may give you some additional information. But
so it has advantage on perception checks that rely on hearing.
You can give it perception for this.
Give it advantage?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, give it advantage.
It's just, and perception is wisdom, right? Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
Villian, is that what she calls herself?
Yes. The two terms that have been thrown around.
17.
17. Got it. Okay. Are
Udinil and Villian?
Yeah. Udinil, which you guys kind of identified means plain or without feature. And Villian, which so far has been not a word you guys recognize. Seemingly similar primordial, like ancient primordial dialect, but just not quite sure of the definition of that one.
Can we? I'm just gonna ask Sora. What is a Villian mean and Udinil? You keep using these words.
As you say this to yourself, you look to the side and you're like, oh yeah, shit, she was abducted and is not with us right now.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But I like the idea that Jiri just kind of says it out loud and it's like, oh yeah, shit. With a 17, Moby 3, Roulette, peering into Moby 3's senses with your unique contraption of tech, 17 will get you Moby 3 had to proceed roughly 20 feet or so through this small tunnel before the structure opened up dramatically. And then there was clearly this dark, decrepit, like vine-choked forest space within this massive dome-like structure. It's very dark down here, even with Moby 3's dark blind sight, which gives him sensory information of, you know, a certain radius, and he can feel or sense movement of creatures like little bugs, a bird flitting from tree to tree, but the whole environment just feels wrong. Sound wise, you definitely get the sound of creaking wood throughout the entire forest. Something not necessarily unfamiliar to the forest you've traveled through so far, but this is definitely an exaggerated, amplified noise.
Gotcha. I will say, Canon Moby 3 probably can't see colors at all.
Okay.
Just for, yeah. I will beckon, but nothing beyond like birds or bugs, as far as like
not in the immediate approach. If he wanted to drone cover more land, that's available.
We'll stay right there, and I'll pull Moby 3 back. It looks like we can get in there. It doesn't seem to be anyone guarding the entrance or anything. It's pretty dark in there, Jiri. Though I'll have Alfie stay by your side in case you in case it gets too dark. But I think we can go in.
I'll take out the magic torch.
Okay.
I have my blue stone too.
Perfect. With the torch hovering around you guys and Jiri's blue stone, Jiri, you're definitely not going to suffer much at all from lack of dark vision, even with a very dark interior. But as you guys prep, is there anything else you want to do? Toby Rama, I believe you had just cast a spell to imbue people with bolstered.
It was not me.
When you took it from Jiri would have been like, "Oh, did I do something wrong?"
No, I did something right.
Is it 5 temp, or is this the max HP thing?
Max HP. Kobe, did you know that was directed at you?
Oh,
No one else is looking. I'll stick my tongue out at Jiri.
Roulette's gonna start walking in.
Okay, perfect. How are you guys proceeding?
Moby 3 is on my hip again.
Okay.
And I will
Moby,
have Alfie,
he kind of retreats back to you. Okay.
and I will have Alfie right behind me.
Okay. Okay. As you guys start to move forward and enter the roughly six or 6.5 foot tall tunnel entrance, maybe forcing some of you to crouch a bit for a few feet, or at least adjust your posture. About 20 feet in, as suggested by Moby 3 senses, the space really opens up. And as I move you guys to this screen, hopefully things are playing nice, but at first glance, the interior kind of seems just like the forest you've been traveling through, but darker, even darker than previous dark forest space. The trees are all being choked and surrounded and wrapped by this bramble vine type plant growth. And the trees are still rising easily hundreds of feet into the air or more, some of them stabbing through the net-like dome ceiling of the canopy overhead. And even the network of this intertwining canopy is preventing any stray threads of light from making it down to this forest floor, where otherwise in the forest path, you might have seen like strands of light coming through the trees. Pitch black in here almost. Um, although the thicket does have, out looking ahead, every once in a while there are sporadic kind of soft patches of ambient light, but not sure their source. And as you start to slowly step into the space, the earth beneath your feet seems soft and damp, but it's also covered densely with dead, dry leaves and twigs. But you guys have entered the space. Is the dynamic lighting working for people as you guys move slightly?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't know
Is
you
the
could do. Is it dim light?
I don't know the different abilities of the lighting, but I think I set it up the same way for everyone.
Yeah,
But yes,
cool.
for purposes in this space, it's really all darkness, as if you were in like a cave. But with you guys' light sources or dark vision, guys are able to see with the dynamic lighting available. But you guys have entered this space, and it feels eerie and quiet. Although there are loose sounds of like, just creatures in the area, like a small growl from several hundred feet away, or like just the flapping of a wing as a bird leaps from tree to tree. So there's definitely life in this place, but it seems dark and bleak for sure.
Who was tracking those tracks before, and do we see any here?
If I remember, Telperion may have been doing the most recent tracking, but if you're looking around Roulette as well, you both are welcome to make survival checks.
Ugh. 3.
Wow.
20.
Telperion, you were so used to tracking the footprints so far this way, but it was also easier with the kind of just the matted earth beneath their hoof prints, whereas this space seems to have this layer of dead, dry leaves over the entire vicinity that makes it a lot harder to pick up the patterns you had previously been used to. But Roulette, you definitely see where bits of dry leaf seem to be matted down more than others, and there are roughly heading in directly in front of you, and then should you get further, slightly this direction as well.
I think I know which way we need to go, but I highly recommend we try and be as quiet as possible. And I will stealth forward.
Okay. Anyone hoping to stealth, including Alfie, please go ahead and make a stealth check for me.
Oh, disadvantage.
Yes, disadvantage for heavy armor wearers.
7.
6.
This day, I don't know why Jerry does it at disadvantage.
17, 6, 14. Oh, wait. Oh, one of those was for Alfie, one was for got it.
Yeah, the manual one is always going to be Alfie on there.
Okay. You guys move forward kind of as a group, some of you keeping your footsteps lighter than others. You all wince a little bit as, even with slow, steadied footsteps, you can hear the crunching of dead leaves dry under your feet. So it is hard to move through this space very quietly. Roulette, as you continue to move forward, I'm going to move you back slightly.
Go for it.
Your passive investigation is high enough that when you step into that spot, you notice, you feel a give under your left foot moving forward. As at the same moment, you see a bit of rope kind of loosely flaking out from the layer of dead leaves. Please make a dex saving throw for me.
Love it.
Like, to answer your question, you would know that Jiri's like coat jingles.
Why? Oh.
But Roulette, as you step forward, your dex save, maybe catching it with your past investigation, was enough to help you realize the situation. But as you begin to fall into a pit below you, you are able to lean backwards and grab onto the side of the cliff. Not cliff, but the edge of this pit that I will now make visible.
Does Alfie's little fist come out to catch you?
Perhaps he reaches forward to aid Roulette, but Roulette, as you grasp onto the edge of this pit and prevent yourself from falling, looking back down, you see just a net of these seemingly rope had been kind of interwoven as a net in that space, and there were dead leaves entirely on top of it. All of that cascades down about 20 feet into the a circular pit below.
I'll pull myself up. Is it like spikes down there or just like a empty pit?
Just seems like it's rough terrain down there. It's lumpy. There may be other forms down there that have fallen to this demise in the past or been trapped if a beast has unsuspectingly stepped on this spot. But it's hard to tell with all the leaves and net falling on top of that stuff. But it seems flat down there-ish, but there are lumpy forms down there for sure.
I will whisper back and say, watch your step over here.
You said there's lumpy forms. Can we not see because it's dark?
You can try and peer down there. It's just difficult to see what's under the leaves and net that just fell down there.
Okay. I'm gonna like hold my torch in my hand, and I'm just gonna hold out a hand, and I'm just gonna try to like rustle some of the leaves out of the way with Kair.
As you do that, make an investigation check from a distance.
Nat 19, so 23.
That's very good. As you're brushing away leaves and pulling up bits of net and stuff, you see humanoid forms down there. There's a panther-like creature down there. There are humanoids with scaled tails. There's about 3 different forms down there, 2 humanoids and 1 beast-like creature.
They're not moving.
None of them are moving.
Does my torch catch a glint of anything?
It doesn't catch a glint of anything of significance that you would be maybe enticed by, but hovering it over the panther-like face of the creature seems to be a standard panther, just a big cat from this forest.
And then there's some lizard folk down there. Maybe there's like a war between whoever runs this place and the lizard folk. But we should keep an eye out for traps. Good catch for that.
Talperion, what do you know about lizard folk? Are they nice?
My home is very far from here, so I don't have a ton of inherent knowledge. And the beast races I know most would, as you know, would be Aarakocra. So I think that they're probably kind of neutral. Like I don't know if they're kind, but I don't think they're inherently evil. Is that accurate?
Seems to align with your limited knowledge of them. Roulette, as you're moving forward, go ahead and make an active investigation check for me.
Jesus Christ.
More than 10 is enough to do it since you're familiar with what to look for. You see indication of another, let me change the thing. Another indication of a little bit of rope tucking out of under dry leaves over in this direction as you're moving forward.
We're in a pretty...
I was just going to say, additionally, with your previous survival check, you do see this is where the footprints start to lead off in roughly this direction.
This is a pretty fresh day, right? I think we're all pretty healed up and full of resources.
I believe everyone is full HP. Toby Rama has cast 2 spell slots, and I think that's the only resources that have really been expended at this point.
I'm gonna start leading the way this way. Another pit thing over here. Keep an eye out for it. Does it look like the same like rope and then pit?
It thing? Does. It just kind of it's again without brushing leaves away, it's hard to see, but you can just see like a loose end of a rope just kind of dangling off, jutting out from some leaf cover. Gotcha. So you just imagine that's roughly in this direction.
Gotcha.
Additionally, looking down and surveying the hoof prints around you, moment of frustration sets in as this seems to be heavily not only bone covered as indicated on the map, but heavily traversed area. There, now that you're in this kind of central area, the footprints are no longer easily moving all in one direction. They're going in multiple directions.
These more lizard bones.
I think whatever lives here
nature
doesn't
check
really
if you will.
discriminate with the kind of bones it collects. There was a panther in that pit, so maybe random beasts just come in here too and get crushed or whatever. Yeah, I do want to check out the bones. Does it, like, as the little medicine, like, grim investigator, have they been, like, smashed, splintered? Is it like there's, like, they look like they're complete sets, or is it just like people are picking their teeth with these bones and it's just a crazy array?
Make a medicine check with proficiency if you don't already have it. I think you do.
I do. It's 11 plus 2, so 13.
Various assortments. You see an entirely picked clean carcass of like a large bunny like creature. You see various bones that have kind of been splintered and broken, but it doesn't seem, it's fairly patternless. It is just creature in partially decomposing bodies of general foxes, and you see a deer. There are just various animals and some larger femur-like bones of potential humanoids that have clearly been eaten over time. Various degrees of time have set in for these wounds as well. This is all not all within the last 24 hours by any means. Some
So
of the
it's
bones are
definitely-
heavily rotted.
These are like definitely bones of things that have been eaten, not just like bones of like a war took place here.
It would seem so, yes. More natural selection at work here than like weapon wounds on bone or something like that. But some are broken in half and more traumatic trauma to them.
When dinner puts up a fight. Not sure if this is obvious or not, but whatever's eaten these things is probably bigger than these things. So I don't know. Be careful. Watch your step over there too. There's another pit. I don't even know which. We can't really tell which way to go even over here. There's definitely more than one of these things, and I think we might just have to pick a direction and go.
Okay. Go ahead and make a survival check for me.
Creepy music.
And I actually do appreciate the way you guys are moving. You can feel free to move little bits and pieces. Just don't like suddenly like drag your guy to the other end of the screen or something. But you guys are welcome to like, you know, step here and there as you guys are talking amongst yourself and such. With a 12, you see two sets of prints that seem to be fresher than the rest. No indication of which is the freshest, but you see footprints leading both in this direction and in this direction.
Could you do that again? Just say like which numbers.
East, well, you guys are traveling south, so east on the map is really south, but
Two numbers, clock.
Yeah. 3 o'clock and 12 o'clock.
Okay, because I think you're on a different layer.
Oh, you're so right. I hate when that happens. Yes.
No, we got it.
Footprints heading that way and footprints heading this way.
Oh.
I'm going to recall the torch to my hand. And if it's not needed, I'm going to put it away. And because you got your stone. And I'm going to take out one of my spears, and I'm going to levitate that out in front. And I want to kind of join roulette up in front. And I want to kind of like be like poking the ground with it, like walking stick style, and like kind of like trying to like let that go where we are about to go. So if there's like, I'm trying to push the ground with it, and then like there's a rope, I want to try to like kind of want to make this thing a spacious nuisance to see if it's like gonna hit something we don't see.
Okay. Yeah, you can continue to do that. You are stowing the continual flame torch.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you guys are free to move forward. After having kind of avoided some encounters with some pitfall traps, I want everyone to, if you're still trying to be quiet, I want everyone to give me another stealth check. What do we have here? It is better. How about for Mr. Alfie?
Alfie got the 8.
Oh, what was Roulette's? My bad.
Roulette got a 16.
16. There it is.
Toby, did you roll?
Missing Toby's. There it is. As you guys
Roll the survival check.
Okay, so a total of 4. Got it. As you guys are moving forward, Telpier, you are able to just continue kind of brush dead leaves to the side along with bones. It is making some noise, and then Toby Rama kind of following up on the rear, keeping your eyes on your surroundings, looking for threats. You are crunching significantly on bones and dry leaves. And with your passive perception check, as you snap a bone beneath your feet, your passive perception automatically hears a sudden creaking of wood in your vicinity.
Oh my god.
Oh. Wait. Those don't look like spiders.
Do you think Critter would use spiders? He would not use spiders.
He has threatened us with a stone spider.
Actually, we did fight a spider.
As you guys stop and try and catch your breath and hold and listen for whatever happens, you do see kind of splintering away from some of the nearby trees, their forms completely unable to be noticed as they were immobile. Various creatures made from the tree and bramble vine themselves detach and start lumbering towards you. I would like everyone to roll initiative.
Grit, I took off my shield because I'm gonna be trying to do some of the quick the practice.
Okay, got it.
Oh, and I don't roll initiative in person.
Hey, straight flush.
Okay. What do we have here? I think I pulled up the initiative tracker a little late, so if you guys have already rolled, I might have missed some people. Add turn, Toby 12. Roulette, add turn with a 10.
Oh yeah, all on the line.
Yep. As these things start to lumber towards you, they are moving rough, kind of slowly in this initial approach. So you guys are quick to act. Telperion, it is your turn.
Okay, we're so.
And it's obviously difficult to see them, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay. With my one, gonna do this backwards. So, yeah. All right. I'm gonna throw a sliver at this further away one.
Okay. Trying to do so as a bonus action or just using your action to do so?
With what Rebecca showed me, I guess I want to try to do it real quick as a bonus action.
You can do that. Make an attack roll with disadvantage.
Okay. 3 plus 6, 9.
Definitely misses. Your sliver, you see it flying past the creature into the brush behind it. Unfortunately, missing with that strike. But now you do have your action available.
Yeah, and now I'll just grab
You
my
were able to draw that. You were able to draw that as part of the throw, practicing the quickness of that.
Okay, and then I'll just grab my longsword, and I'll step here, and I'll swing at this close one.
Okay.
Actually, I want to step a little closer to take up some more space. Okay. Nat 17 plus 6, so 23.
Definitely hits. Roll damage.
And this is a long sword, and I still will just do it with the one hand. Oh, it's a D8 then. Oh, nat 8. So 8 plus 6 is 14.
With a single swipe, you cleave through this thing's frail body, and just the broken twigs and stuff disassemble and clatter to the floor.
Love to see
it. It was this one you were attacking, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Okay. Toby Rama, you are next to axe.
They're so fat. So cute.
So the three nearest to you. Okay. I'm going to do the top two. I'm going to go top left, top right, then bottom. This is top left. Oh, wow. Their charisma is something else. Nat 1 for a -3.
I didn't realize Bane was charisma save.
Another Nat 1 for a -3.
Oh my god. And a 2!
And a 2 for a -2.
Amazing.
These three creatures are baned. You see like darkness almost flaking away from these creatures as their like brittle twig-like form is just kind of disintegrating. And so now when you bane them, that's kind of accompanied by a subtle silver mist on their form as well. So these things are just drifting silver and black. That is your action. Anything else with your movement or bonus action? Okay, stand still. It is Jiri's turn.
Drew's gonna draw his sword and start hacking away at these things. He's gonna attack the one right in front of him.
Okay.
Yes. Loving that.
Definitely hits. For I assume 2 hands on this.
Yep. He's gonna drop his stone at his feet so he can still see, and then he's gonna take it out with 2 hands and like whack this thing right on top of the head.
With 10 damage, you sink your blade deeply into the shoulder of this one, but this one, it seems to be made from bramble vine, a little denser and more formidable looking than the twig version that Telperion just slashed through. So you do heavy damage to this, sinking your blade into its chest, but it still stands firm.
All right, and then I'll use my bonus action. 2 fists grow out of Jiri's shoulder and punch. Do 2 smacks on this thing.
Perfect. Roll them.
Can they be actual just like smacks? Open palm.
Slap, slap.
16 and 14 both hit. For
Also,
6 and 6 bludgeoning.
Magical bludgeoning, if that makes a difference. I don't know.
You did not notice any resistance cutting into the resistance in terms of its dense form, but not like your weapon was not effective. So good to know that these are magical, but they still impact it with full effect, dealing an additional 12 damage. You see like one of the arms get blasted off, and then another chunk of vine kind of wilt away and gets tossed to the side, but this thing is barely keeping its form up still.
All right.
That'll do it for Jiri. Any movement?
Nope. He's just gonna face these things, and that's it.
Perfect. Roulette, your turn.
Seeing Jiri almost kill that one. Alfie, go finish that one off. I'll hit this one. I'm gonna swing at the one right in front of me.
Okay. This guy.
Yeah.
Natural 20
hit.
definitely hits. Definitely hits.
I'm just gonna click the damage twice, but only add 5, so 2d8 incoming.
Okay.
So 12 total damage it should be.
With your chain flail?
Yeah.
You swing it out and you just almost no resistance as this thing shatters, its twigs clattering to the side. This one seemingly like more evergreen needle based. These two seem to be kind of from an evergreen needle tree. These ones are just like loose brush and twig. These ones were built from denser bramble vine from
I killed a Christmas wreath.
Yes. That one is cleaned in two.
And then Alfie's gonna tuck into a ball and then move this way, and then angle up into this one and just for flavor, wrecking ball into it.
Yes, love it. Absolutely, go roll damage.
1d20 plus 6 to hit. Does not hit. He hasn't done it very often.
He loses traction on so many dead leaves in this space, so he's rolling and then he just like can't get enough momentum to run into him, but he is still able to make it into that space.
And then he stops there.
Okay. That it for you?
Yes.
Okay. It is these vine-like and bramble creatures' turns. Two of them will make their attack. Not sure what to make of this strange metallic creature. These two are both going to make an attack at Jiri.
One gets disadvantage from an Alfie reaction.
Okay, we'll do that for this first one. That is correct.
These things are fucked.
This first one is the one with the disadvantage. Even with disadvantage, fairly good, but 15 minus a d4, I don't think is going to hit Jiri.
No.
And then the next one will make its attack. Still a -4, but not disadvantage. But way worse of an attack. They both reach out for you with like vine-like whips that kind of extend from their arms. And as they try and latch onto you, you're able to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge out of the way. And Alfie's little pincer-like stabby hand actually helps block one of them. But neither of those guys hit. This one will run up to attack Roulette, seeing you cleave through its other little buddy. 16 to hit Roulette.
16 hits.
Dealing 8
Yikes.
Slashing damage as its claws just kind of rake into your form. Then the one near Telperion will also roll.
Bring it.
This limp little twig thing is trying to rake you with its claws, but your armor is too, regardless of whether you're parrying or not, it's just limp against.
I don't even parry. I just let it swing at my chest.
As it swings out, some of its own twigs like snap off like shrapnel and stuff. A very feeble form, this thing. But Telperion, it's back to your turn.
My turn. All right. Long sword, one hand at this thing.
Roll it.
This is 12 to hit.
12 just hits.
I'm rolling a d8. 5 plus 6 is 11 damage.
Literally 11 HP. Once again, how do you kill this monster made of twig?
Sword, just straight through it, like so. Yeah.
Once again, all these killing blows so far, just scattering their twig-like and needle forms to the backdrop. So definitely successful there.
Sweet. And then I
Is
want
that
to.
it for you?
I want to try to do another quick toss of my other sliver on this thing.
Okay. Attack roll with disadvantage.
That is terrified.
10.
Once again, sails into the brush behind it. Your second one missing the mark. Not quite used to the quickness of the release yet. But you're able to get some distance on it. So this definitely seems like could be a fruitful endeavor in the future, just difficult to work on, especially in a stressful situation. Is that it for Telperion?
I'll get up and make it easier for everyone to hit it.
Okay.
Intimidate it with my glistening armor.
That will work. Okay. Toby Rama, your turn. Okay.
Where I just went.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh.
No, Mike was moving at the same time you were moving.
Okay. Roll it. $12 is just enough to hit this thing. You see it lunging
Yay!
for roulette, almost out of your range, but you do cleave it in the back. How much damage? 4 slashing. Little difficult to wield this heavy axe or this hand axe that's a little heavier than your finesse bow, but you do manage to chop off one of its arms as it's like rearing up for strike against roulette, dealing 4 damage to it successfully. Anything else? All righty. Jiri.
All right, choppy.
All right, the one in front of you looks very like a flick is going to collapse this thing's vine-like form, struggling to keep itself together.
Or take a big swing at it.
Its form is so like fluid, trying to keep itself together, yet when you swing, you're just like missing its very fluid vine-like whipping.
All right, punchy.
All right.
Cloud arms pop up again. Pop.
Using the second charge from the bracelets.
Yep.
Definitely both hit. Without even rolling damage, how do you kill this vine creature in front of you?
The cloud arm just punches it right in the face.
Okay.
Maybe like cracking its head back.
Yeah, it cracked his head, just cracks and falls backward limply to the ground, and then the whole rest of its form just falls to the ground.
All right, that's it.
Perfect. Roulette.
I am. Yeah, I'm just swinging at the one right in front of me again.
Okay.
At advantage.
With it, yes, with advantage. Definite advantageous position. Another nat 20 on this. How do you destroy this creature?
I think I'm like offended that it hit me, that this like little twig hit me. So I literally just boop, and I just like launched the head of my flail through its head.
As it goes directly through like the stem spine of this creature, you Telperion, from your vantage point, you see this mace head fly at your face and then retract.
Yeah.
That one is killed.
Alfie, try punching this one. I'm gonna have Alfie just try and punch the other one.
Okay, this one so far. Yeah. What?
I want to say nice contact when Toby hit with the axe. Give him a little boost.
Very cool. As Alfie tries to attack the final creature made of the similar dense, harder bramble vine-like structure, what does he roll?
13?
13 is just enough to hit the creature. How much damage?
Ooh, 9.
Ooh.
9 is good. He definitely stabs into this creature, and the creature like winces and growls, but otherwise does not kill it by any means. This is one of the more slightly more tanky creatures.
Beefy, meaty. I'm just gonna have him angle around. I know it's not gonna help, but he's gonna go over here. That's my turn.
Perfect. That creature is going to, still not sure what to make of this sphere-like thing that just pierced it. It's going to look at Jiri, the one in front of it, and just make a horizontal slam with its vines. Still with a minus D4.
Cool.
Wow, guys. Definitely does not hit. How do you dodge this, Jiri?
Like, I kind of just like slowly duck my head and it like
yeah,
completely
it
goes
like
over.
telegraphs its move so badly. It just reaches up and starts doing this, and you just like easily duck out of the way. But you know that that blow might have hit pretty hard. These things seem strong, but you dodge it, and that is its turn. Telperion.
My slivers are really close, or one of them would be close, right?
Yes, they're in the brush, though. It would probably be investigation to retrieve them.
Oh, I just wanted to throw one over Jiri's head while you were dodging, but I'll just...
You're welcome to go use your action to try and find one and use your bonus action to try and throw it, but it will take a little bit of time, not difficult, but time to sift through the brush to find them.
Sure, we got a lot of turns. We got a lot of turns before this thing goes. I'll try to find them.
Okay, make an investigation check for me.
Okay. Ugh, God, what a waste of time. 3 + 4, 7.
Yeah, unfortunately, not enough. You're kind of looking through the brambles. You even no, I'm not going to do that. But you kind of retrieve your hand and slow yourself as you see like the thorn protruding out of the vines, choking these trees, and you're like, I may need to use a little more caution here. So you do unfortunately waste a little bit of time as your action, but
I'll just bonus action and pull it towards me.
okay.
Say on 12.
14. You see its
Minus
form like
D4.
being pulled. Yes, you're right. It is strength. It is saving throws and attacks. -4. You see it trying to resist your pull, and then it just loses its form and is in fact pulled 5 feet toward you.
All right, Toby, get in there. That's my turn.
Perfect. Toby. Very cool. I don't want to be a roadblock at all. What are the components for Toll the Dead? Okay, so yeah, this is totally fine. Well, I guess you do need to perform the somatic component with a free hand, actually, because you're not holding a focus in your hand. So you do need to let one of those go. I know, but you have to perform the gesture with just a somatic spell. You do need to perform the somatic.
When he clangs it, he drops the axe. Oh yeah, there you go.
Well, that works too. If you like clang it and then switch hands and like magically direct the noise and energy, that's fair game. That's kind of just like a free interaction or something. But okay, so then you have a free hand. You use your somatic to thrust the Toll the Dead energy toward the thing. Whiz save. 16. This thing like quivers for a moment as the sound definitely is affecting it, but then it just like forces its way up and is now regarding you as the threat it wants to attack. Anything with a bonus?
I don't want to use metal dice on this.
It definitely angrily is regarding you as the thing it's trying to lumber toward now.
Yeah, man, I fucked it up.
Okay.
That's me now. I don't know.
Sounds good. Stepping over the body of the other one through your friends, and you are able to get there for sure.
I believe these.
Jiri, your turn.
Now that I'm imagining it like turns to follow Toby as he like runs across, and now that it's not
distracted
looking at
for a
me,
moment.
yeah.
Perfect. Roll it
Chop it.
with advantage per flanking.
Yep.
That probably
Definitely hits. It is very amusing to me that your two-handed damage is less than your one-handed damage.
I hate that it shows that because it's like I don't want to know that.
I know. But 11 definitely is a healthy stab into this thing. You are cleaving like down its spine. Your sword lodged deeply in its form, but although it like seems locked up from that impact, it is still keeping on its feet barely.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use my my Cloud Fists, so I'm just gonna call the roulette to finish it off, roulette.
Perfect. Roulette's turn.
I'm gonna meander over to here, stomping on the thing that hit me before, and I'm gonna take a swing, having
Advantage.
Alfie preemptively poke at it. 22.
Very consistent numbers. Yes, definitely hits.
And 12 damage.
How do you massacre the form of this vine, like bramble vine creature?
It's like gross, and I don't want to get my flail too dirty. Just kidding. I come around top, and I only release it like halfway so that I don't like risk hitting Alfie, but I still come down with like a half chain flail arc.
Beautiful. Just to put my own spin on it, Jiri, as you have your sword stabbed into it, you see Roulette's thing coming from overhead, and you back up, and her thing perfectly like a hammer to a nail cleaves your sword through it. The combination of both just disintegrating this thing's vines as they like loosen their form and fall to the ground. That
High
completes that combat.
High five.
I retrieve my slurs.
I took a hit, but I think I'm good for now.
No investigation required outside of combat. You're able to find them loosely through the brush.
Stone.
Perfect.
Well, I don't think that those are whatsoever eating the creatures here, but it's just a natural defense of this twisted place.
Didn't look carnivorous. Can I take a look at the spots where these things came out of the tree?
Yeah. What are you looking for specifically?
I don't like. Is the entire tree diseased or something? I mostly because I heard you say something to Telperion about like, oh, there's a bunch of thorns like choking the tree, but I want to go like investigate and see like, is this entire forest poisonous or like cursed or something?
This is I know you are investigating, but I'm going to make this a nature check.
Yeah, sure. $17.
17's pretty good. What strikes you is first is coloration. These things seem to have various forms of slightly green or brown, dark forms, but the trees they split off from seem entirely blackened, almost charred. And it seems like where these things detach and you're able to clearly kind of identify what was tree and where their form broke from. It almost seems like these things like infused themselves into the tree as almost like a home or some version of a not symbiotic relationship, but parasitic relationship, where they were clearly gaining some benefit from maybe drinking the nutrients those roots were supposed to get, but they were killing those trees by living amongst them.
Gotcha.
So just the coloration kind of indicates some of that.
When all it travels together, these are the things that I feel very happy to have killed.
Trees?
Well, they were sucking the life out of these trees.
Oh, parasitic trees.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And you probably already have your aid, but your ring of healer's heroism may have you probably already have your aid, so you'll probably just keep your aid is max hit points. So because you heal her from any source, your ring of healer's heroism does, you feel bolstered, your kind of spirit made more difficult to injure with, I think, 4 temp hit points. Beautiful.
I'm gonna break off one of their arms, and I'm gonna get up behind Talpyrion and do the old like poke him on the shoulder routine, like on the wrong side, and like be on the other side of him.
Yeah, you can make either a stealth check or sleight of hand check. Talpyrion, make a perception check.
I'm on high alert, so like I'll react. Oh, I got it too. 4 altogether.
Yeah, probably because you're on high alert. I think this works very well for you, Jiri.
And I'm assuming like the others are pretty like aware of me doing it because I don't roll that high of a sleight of hand, but I like do the like tap him on the shoulder and then like put it behind my back and like look this way, like.
Yeah.
Can I turn around scared and force push him away? For no damage, just like as like a nervous reaction of like, oh fuck, because that's what I meant by
yeah.
I would be like scared right now.
Yeah, as soon as this thing touches
you would turn around and there'd be nothing there though. You know what I mean? Like
but he's saying like a gut reaction, like just instinctively pushing, even not realizing it could have been you. But that's kind of fun.
Oh, you're saying though when I turn around, there's nothing in the space behind me.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Okay. So you see, yeah. So as you do like kind of a push of telekinesis, you see like dust in the area, kind of like it'd be detonated, like pushed back a little bit, but there's nothing there.
You guys think there's something invisible here?
Jerry just like whistles and walks away.
I think we got all of them, Talpyrion.
It could be anywhere.
Toby, I saw you snooping around. Did you which way should we? I don't know. I can't make sense of these tracks. Do you know which way we should go?
I would say you could check again in a little bit. Right now, you kind of identified one going up and one going right. So you guys just kind of are picking a direction to follow at this point. Also, just a small bit of sensory information, sensual information, which I had said last time. The air, there's definitely a scent of heavy rot to this whole area, vegetative rot. And as you guys are stepping over these plant-like creatures, you're definitely getting strong whiffs of that. But overall, just dark, rotting.
As I pass the one that I bisected, I want to try to reach my hand and pull out its heart if it has one.
You can probe around its form. There does not seem to be any version of a heart. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah, as you get to like, there are tracks. Let me do a little marker here. Draw.
Also, eyes out for more of those traps. Don't just careful if you see any rope sticking out of the ground.
I'll get that spear thing going again.
So everyone pause for 1 second. Toby, Rama, you see the one set of, oh, that's way too dark and difficult to see. Draw a shape, we'll do green. So previously you had seen a set of footprints going this way behind you. Then you saw a set of footprints going, I think it is on the right layer. It's all on.
Oh no, there it is, there it is.
Yeah, so you see this. So now that these are forking off, you can see they continue further this way, and they also, about where Roulette's standing, go this way. And Roulette right at your ankle, you notice another bit of rope.
Go!
With your passive investigation. With your passive investigation, by the way, as you guys are moving, I'm going to make these visible so you know the ones you've kind of marked in your mind, shall we say.
Gee.
I'll have Alfie like just tug on the rope to like chop it or to like make it to
Yeah.
activate the trap from
Yeah.
safe like.
Perfect. You just kind of hear the fall of a bunch of leaves
Yeah.
falling 20 feet lower. Sorry to cut you off, Michael, from what you were trying to say. Okay. Perfect. At this point, where are you guys hoping to proceed?
I think there's probably a lot to discover here, so I don't even care if we...
I think
Actually, wait, we probably want to find our friend quickly.
I think we'll hit. Yeah. I think that makes sense. They whatever's important, they'd probably keep behind a trap. So let's head that way.
Roulette, as you proceed,
Oh,
you
God.
notice another little bit of rope.
Oh God. Like I said, whatever's important, they're probably keeping behind some of these traps. Like, is this way passable right here around it? Like,
Yeah, you can walk carefully over the roots of the tree and make your way that direction. Various ways around, but certainly the main path was clearly ambushed.
Walking quietly.
Did we lose?
Make a Telperion, make a perception check.
Purple die, don't fail me. 7. 9 total.
You don't get much valuable information other than the fact that when you step in that space, your foot definitely crunches on a bone. That's it.
I just know I'm not being very quiet. Do I look at, is it enough that I look at the bone out of curiosity?
You can look down at it. It's not particularly
Okay.
of valuable information, but
Mostly going off of visual cues on the map. Does it look like we are like? Does the terrain change at all as far as quantity of dead leaves or dead bodies around us now that we're away from those traps?
very good timing for that question. Make a survival or investigation check.
I thought you were gonna say like dex saving throw again.
Oh my god, it hovered on the 19.
You do not immediately notice any difference, but again, it's dead leaves are like a layer covering the forest floor almost everywhere here.
It's gross.
Have I ever smelled something like this before in the Emerann?
That's a good question. Make a history check.
Nat fucking 20 on a smell check.
Yeah, I did not
Damn it.
necessarily expect
Purple
that.
dye too.
I would say
Can I just say it this way?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just like smelling, trying to like use that sense because I haven't figured out anything useful with my others, and the smell is curious to me.
So you've smelled just in general. Your people are so pervasive throughout the Emerann, in one in their living circumstances, but two in their travels. There are definitely areas of the forest that have given way to rot from various influences, I guess. Some are more natural, like parts of the forest just kind of wither and trees rot and such and such. And then there's also like just general vegetative rot as like fruits and vegetables growing in certain locations kind of give way to the process of time. They can smell very bad as well. Compared to those natural phenomenon, this definitely has a sense of aggression and defilement, and this is seemingly a defiled portion of the forest. Not sure if it's necessarily because of the nature, the presence of all the bramblevine, or if the bramblevine have taken over in the presence of the rot, or what kind of if-then situations have occurred. But this feels different from what you've experienced for sure. Less natural process. Additionally, as everyone, oh my gosh, Mozzie, as everyone kind of is taking a beat to listen around, Toby Rama, specifically your passive perception, does hear rustling in the tree canopies above you.
Oh God.
Just like the shuffle of leaves, maybe the snap of a twig. Nothing
Toby, which
visible.
way?
Sure. Go ahead and make an active perception check. Yeah, the passive's helping you more. You're not able to see into the canopy for any clear visuals of what may be up there, but you definitely heard passively the rustling of leaves.
Smell danger.
Toby, which way are we heading? Is it left up here, I think?
Telperion, before you move,
Oh my God.
go ahead and move yourself back. Both of you move yourself back to your previous spot. And before you make a dex check for me, you notice when you step to move from your current locations, your feet are feeling resistance as you're trying to pull them away from the ground. Now, the two of you that tried to move, go ahead and make a dex saving throw for me.
14.
15.
Both of you are able to wrench your feet free of whatever this is, and you are able to move into the next space you want. Roulette, your
That's
passive
gross.
investigation, seeing this happen not only to yourself, but Telperion ahead of you, you notice when his foot pulls free of the dead leaves and stuff, you definitely see strands of silk drifting from the bottom of his footsteps.
Alfie rolled a 9.
Yeah, I was going to make Alfie, Jiri, and Toby Rama roll when they are trying to move in some direction. But as soon as you guys were the first to move, you hear additional rustling of the trees above you.
Something tells me we're about to fight.
Watch your steps. Oh God.
And everyone pause for a second as I try and do one thing here. I got to flip to a different screen.
A fireball.
Yes. A druid hiding in the trees casts fireball.
This place seems awfully combustible.
What kind of druid gets fireball?
Let me do... That was a charge. Did not mean to do that, but it doesn't matter because it's all happening. And it gets advantage.
What is happening?
But not good enough. Telperion, as you step into the space you're at right now, you see a strand of silk pass just in front of you. And then as you kind of follow it up to look in its direction, there's a massive spider just kind of looming out of the tree canopy and looking angrily at you. It having missed on its surprise attack round, I'd like everyone to once again roll initiative.
Oh my God.
Braw's right.
It's on the map.
I hate spiders.
It's above us, I'm assuming?
Yes, it's roughly 10 feet above you in the branches of the tree. You can see its like beady red eyes like glinting the light of Jiri's stone. And now that it's evident that the floor beneath you is somewhat sticky in this location, I'm going to go ahead and also reveal the web that is underneath, like a layer under the dead leaves of the situation. Layer, bring to front. Okay, that works. Okay, Roulette, you are quick to move as you see this strand spit past Telperion, not catching him in the web. You are free to act.
Am I, so with my deck save before and where I currently am I like in difficult terrain?
Yes, it is. You also need to make a dex check or saving throw to leave any space of this web on the ground. Yeah, dex save. So if you are hoping to move, you do need to make a.
I want to move. I forget how to do this. How do you do it?
What?
You have to
Oh,
click
yeah,
on your character, hold the click, and then right click where you want to go.
Oh, I can't do that on my trackpad.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna try. I want to move 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me know
Okay.
what I need to
Yeah,
make a check for it.
Yeah, first of all, make a dexterity saving throw to leave your space you started on.
4.
Very unfortunate. You are rooted to the spot you stepped in. I'll let you move one space because you tried to move earlier and did succeed on the save. So you can move one space, but you're stuck there. Yes.
Okay. I will. Yeah, I'm gonna clip the hammer to my side and firebolt up at this spider thing.
Okay. Roll it.
Ugh. Tensies.
Catches a branch. It kind of recoils and retracts its front angry legs, and it hits the bit of branch under it that it's standing on. And you notice like this could have caught that branch on fire if it wasn't so deadened and flaky ash, the branch itself already.
That's gross. Alfie, give it 1. And I'm gonna just use 1 charge of the wand of magic missiles. 3d4 plus 3.
Okay.
Oh, it's hit.
Damn. Definitely a heavy hit on the creature. All of the beads of magical force definitely spiral and strike true on the creature.
I'm gonna try and have Alfie move like 1 step back. Actually towards me. I'll say 1. I want to get him over here, but I'll make the dex save.
Yeah, dex save, and then that should cover it.
Oh, that should be only +1, but it failed anyway. He's stuck.
Yes, he is unfortunately stuck.
That's my turn.
Sorry about that. All right. Still a heavy blow on the creature. You heard its nasty insectoid squeal, or arachnid squeal, as those things tore into its fleshy abdomen and thorax. It was not happy about that. These things are nasty and large, perhaps not that tanky. It's definitely a better word for that.
Good shout, Alfie. That's my turn. Oh God.
Telperion, the spider near you starts to, having missed its web, it is going to see if it recharges the web. That should be this, and it only rolls it in D&D Beyond. It does not recharge its web, actually. And so it clambers down the tree, climbing directly up to you, and is going to try and make a bite attack at you.
Elves taste delicious, and you can't have any. Miss.
17 to hit, misses. So like this thing is nasty, and it's like pincers and stuff are like inches from your face, but you're holding it back, whether with your shield or blade, or it's just like grabbing onto your armor, not able to find purchase, but you're holding it back, and it is gnashing in your face. Toby Rama, this is with
it's ground level now.
It is ground level now. Yes.
It crawled down.
It is being weird about letting me roll advantage on that, but still not a good hit with its web missing you. You follow its trajectory up and see another one right up above behind you. But it used its action to do that and was not able to otherwise hit you. Toby, it is now your turn.
Oh, when he has his little minion.
Very cool. It has vulnerability to all of the damage. Yes. Better than a crit because it includes modifiers. Yes, you do need to make a dex save to leave your spot. And the spider is also 10 feet above you, so it's not able to attack from opportunity or anything at that moment. 13 is exactly what you need. You feel it trying to grab, but you wrench your foot free and are able to move. Difficult terrain, but you are able to move into the spot you wanted. Okay. Telperion, it is your turn.
All right, I'm gonna longsword this thing, try to strike it right in its face.
Okay, so you see like all the shadows in the air gathering around it, but there's like large holes that are left unopposed, like uninfiltrated by the shadow, kind of indicating placement for your strikes.
16 to hit.
Let me double check. 16 absolutely hits. Roll damage.
Beautiful. So 4 plus 6 is 10 slashing damage.
Okay.
Which is doubled at 20, right?
Correct. So as you spear this thing, you hear the squeal of this thing. Are you choosing to dump a psionic force pulse into this thing?
Oh, absolutely. That's a really dramatic fall. 5 psionic energy doubled. Oh, I'm sorry. No, 4 psionic doubled to 8. So 8 force damage.
So eight force damage plus the 20. As you spear your sword into this thing's abdomen in a spot that Tobirama had kind of indicated for you, and your detonation of force happens simultaneously, you are smeared with the viscera and ichor of this thing as you detonate it apart.
Wait, alternate universe. A million tiny spider babies start crawling.
Oh, you got it.
I could never. I'll put spiders on this thing. I could never. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've seen that in person live before. Oh, just like visceral reaction. But very well done, Telperion. There is now green and yellow goo on you.
And then I will try to I'm gonna try to throw a sliver at the other one.
Okay. Attack roll disadvantage.
Already worse than a 7. 7 plus 6 is something. 13.
13. As you throw it, you thought your aim was true, but it's like as it missed its silk shot toward Tobirama, it's now recoiling and being ready to potentially spit again should the opportunity present itself. And your sliver flew straight with good aim, but it just embeds itself in a branch, not the creature itself.
And then can I move? I'm going to try to move towards this thing to give it another target.
Sure, dex save.
Okay. Nat 19. 20 to total.
Definitely. You're able to pull your feet free. It is still difficult terrain in the area, though, so you're going to be half movement.
So I can move 15 feet?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to get really close. Get right.
Okay.
Oh, well, it's above you, so.
Present with a nice, tasty elf target. That's my turn.
Nice. Okay, perfect. I'm going to move it to front just to be gross, except that's not really working. But anyway, great. Jiri, it is your turn.
All right, I'm going to try to get behind this guy.
So it is 10 feet up in a tree currently. So you're going to need to like get up the tree if you want to get into melee with it somehow. It is definitely held aloft up in the branches.
Gotcha. All right. Jiri takes out a rock from his tabby pocket, breathes some air onto it, and gives it a chuck at this thing.
All right, roll it.
Hot.
Definitely hits. Where are you aiming for?
Right in one of its 8 eyes.
Okay, you strike very true. One of its eyes, you see the liquid burst as your stone strikes true, not just hitting it and falling limply, but like sailing directly through it with such speed. Definitely injures the creature heavily.
With my bonus action, I'm gonna use the web as a trampoline and like try to bounce on it a few times.
I think it actually took your bonus action to blow on your stone.
All right, Jerry's just gonna lie prone then onto the
Okay.
trampoline.
Thinking about that trampoline idea, you also realize that although it's sticky on the ground, there's not enough, like, it's on the ground, so there's not anywhere for it to deflect to potentially.
Jerry tries it anyways.
Perfect. He's trying to jump into space using whatever movement
Just
he
doing
wants.
squats.
Yes. Perfect. Is that it for Jiri?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Roulette?
I'm just doing the same thing I did first turn because I hate this web and I don't want to be in it, so I'm just shooting a firebolt from far.
Yep. That was a very volatile roll.
Yeah, it was.
17 absolutely hits.
Fire!
Bolts of flame leaping directly at it.
5.
Definitely hits it square in the chest as it's doing its like angry up in the trees. It's doing its angry rearing up thing where all its legs are up. So fucking gross. Just directly in the chest, you hit this thing, and you see like the cinders kind of take into its form as it.
I'm gonna have Alfie time it so that he does it at the exact same spot with another
Okay.
charge of the wand.
Okay.
11 more.
Good job, Alfie.
You see all your magical bullets spiral, go into the middle of this thing, and detonate from within, and you just hear the horrible squeal of this thing, but it is technically still up on that branch.
That's my turn. Actually, no, I'm gonna try and move one more out.
That disintegrated its insides. You're gonna try and move out. Dex save. Successfully, you do so. Kind of at the boundary of the web, it was maybe even less sticky in there. You're able to pull your foot free for sure.
I'm gonna have Alfie stay where he is, though. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. This thing is scared for its life and does not want to. You can see it kind of retreating up into the tree cover, but it still wants to try and take a meal with it. It's going to try and recharge its web, which again is rolling in there, but that's not what it's supposed to do. It does get its web back and is going to target Telperion, the closest one to it.
Bring it.
Nat 20.
This happens all the time.
As this thing latches onto you, you see like a burst of web happen on impact that just like wraps your form, and you are pulled 20 feet up into the air into the tree where this thing is. So it has retreated slightly, and now you are 20 feet elevated in it, and it is going to make a bonus attack bite with advantage against its now restrained target.
Oh! I may shield from this because it's so disgusting. Oh, I don't need to.
Even with advantage, it sinks its fangs or its mandibles through the net of webbing, but it can't quite pierce your armor. But it has you now restrained up in this tree, and is like currently trying to wrap you.
Elves taste good, but they're hard to crack. I said to it.
Toby, it is your turn. Dex save. Is just enough to pull your foot free. Yep. Okay. Okay. That's
Toby, I
amazing.
trust you.
5E weapons. I just want to double check. Is it range 2060? I know, but is its range 2060? Okay. So you can make the attack without disadvantage. So go ahead and roll it. It is going to have some cover being up in the canopy and having Telperion in its clutches. And I'm just going to say this also. Its armor class is it has no HP left. So its armor class is 14. It's going to get a bump of +2 to its armor class. If you roll a 15 or 16, you're going to hit the cover and not the creature. So you really need to roll. It is you. So you do need to roll essentially higher than a 16 here, but lower than a 14. Lower than a 14 is just going to miss entirely. I'm just giving you the indication that like sometimes when things have cover, you can hit the cover instead of the creature you're aiming for. Not dissuading your action at all. Okay, that's totally fair. I also want to emphasize I wasn't intending to dissuade your course of action. I was just like emphasizing it has cover of Telperion in front of you. But you are able to toll the dead, and it is going to.
He would have rolled a 20.
Roll.
No,
Wow. You can hear similarly to the vine-like creatures, you hear it squeal resisting against the noise you're forcing into its head, but it still just holds on tightly to Telperion in its space up in the tree. Okay. Telperion, it is your turn. You are considered restrained right now.
I'm gonna try to break out of the web.
Okay. Make a strength saving throw.
21.
Definitely breaks free from the. You're able to shrug off the nets of silk wrapped around your body. This thing is still in your freaking face up in the tree, but you are now out of its clutches mechanically.
Hello. And then the bonus action. We're in this tree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fall into the ground, throw the sliver.
Can I like crawl under it and get my back against the tree and try to push it out of the tree?
Yes, at your angle, you don't even need to necessarily get under it to try and dislodge it from the branch it's on. So if you're trying to push it out of the tree, you are absolutely able to do so. You're using Kaer to shove.
Yeah.
Well, it's not really Kaer. It's your.
It is Kaer.
Wait, it is Kaer. Yeah, it is Kaer.
So
Okay.
12.
Strength save.
Now it is you who makes the strength save.
Damn it!
Yes, you try and push it, but it's like, again, your push is strong enough to like keep its mandibles from gnashing on your face, but it's like right inches away from you, and your Kaer is helping you keep it at bay.
I want to action surge so bad for the drama, but I'm not gonna waste it. That was my all right, and then I'm just gonna spit on it, and that's my turn.
Okay, Jiri, your turn.
All right, since I'm kind of at an angle at it, I feel like I've got a better shot with a rock at it. So I'm gonna put a little bit of something special on this one. I'm gonna whip it at it.
Yes.
Okay, roll it.
Skip the rock, Jiri. It is perfect.
12.
Unfortunately, your very clearly straight shot just like goes in between two of its legs with incredible speed that absolutely would have pierced its form, but it does not hit.
And then I'm gonna run and then be underneath where Telperion is and be like, I'll
Dex
get
save.
you. Yep.
Absolutely easy enough. You pull your foot free. It is difficult terrain, but you're able to run that far to get under Telperion. That's fair game.
That's it.
All righty. Roulette.
I'm just shifting slightly further towards this other tree, and another firebolt. I'm aiming for the same spot. I don't know. Yeah, same spot.
Perfect.
Where I keep hitting it. 16.
16 hits. How do you want to do this?
I want to see how much I do.
It had 2 hit points left.
It's both. I drop the shield and I do like both hands to do like a combined firebolt. So it's slightly
Perfect.
stronger.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I just want to like
Slightly larger, kind of amplified by the collision of 2 bits of friction that launches.
I want it to be like a
Perfect.
fire spear that just like goes through its body. A little needle.
Do I see the head of the spear come through it?
So,
Sure.
Telperion, as you're
Back
like
to you.
being gnashed upon by this thing and trying to hold it at bay, you see a flash of fire, and then the mandibles just stop. And a little bit of fun fact I know about spiders, their blood pressure is literally like a pneumatic system that lets their legs move. So immediately all its legs retract into that like dead spider thing. It rolls on its back, drops 10 feet out of the tree to the,
How
with
do
a
you
thud
know
to the
so
ground.
much about spiders, but you hate them so much?
That's literally me.
I hate them, man.
I have to look up facts too because they're so fascinating and vile.
It's very cool. Yeah.
I'm trying really hard not to make Telperion be afraid of spiders, but it's really hard.
So literally one of my favorite things about the dwarven spiders in Elder Scrolls stuff is like that's powered by steam, and it's the same function as a regular spider's blood pressure doing that.
Yeah.
It's super cool. And as soon as their blood flow stops and their heart stops, that's why they shrink up, is because their pneumatics no longer allow them to like move. They're like instant retracted. And you have successfully killed the other spider.
Murder.
I jump too.
Ew.
Yes, they also do jump, and they're fucking gross as shit.
Okay, while in this tree, do I see any of their like lair or victims up here? Or try to brought me?
Make a perception or investigation check.
Ugh. What was it? Investigation? 8.
Yeah. You definitely see heavy evidence of like silk wrappings throughout the tree and branches and stuff. And otherwise just the flaky, deadened, charred bark of these trees, but no specific cocoons or like victims that have been wrapped that you can see.
Everyone, good news. It's disgusting up here too. And then I'll climb down.
I'm gonna like try to grab your foot with my my hand that I kept while you're up there, like reach up really high and like try to smack you in the foot with it.
Jerry, what are you
Super
doing?
gross.
Oh, you're with the leg, like
The tree arm that he
Oh,
broke off
okay.
before.
Just to scare you.
I am a little jittery because of everything that's happening. I'm cool. I'm fine. All right. This place has a lot of nasty inhabitants.
I'm gonna start. Just gonna throw a few firebolts like around Alfie's body to try and just like burn away the spider web as much as possible.
Yeah, it's almost unnervingly safe to do so. In a spot that's heavily wooded, you would think fire would catch, but with all the deadened, flaky tree roots and the dead, dry leaves and stuff, things are just incinerating on impact and not catching like lively grass would.
Flash paper.
Felix would
Yeah,
love it here.
exactly, flash paper. And you are able to, over a few moments, clear the surroundings of the web.
Harvesting spider venom.
Okay. Roll. You can make it to both of them. Roll. What is that typically? Roll a nature check for me.
You love to see it.
Yes.
To clarify, that was guidance. Okay.
16 plus 3 plus 2. 21.
That's very good. You make it to both spiders and are able to harvest successfully 2 giant spider venom sacs.
Oh,
Wow.
There's babies in there.
I'll harvest
That's not how it
the spider
works.
leg.
Okay, that's easier to do. No roll required. You can cut off a leg and sling a hairy, disgusting, limp, like retracted, tight, tense giant spider leg over your shoulder if you wish.
Perfect.
Might be hard to
Um,
stow that in anything other than a bag of holding because it's
No, I'm,
large.
I'm holding both of them.
I was gonna
Okay.
say Roulette like adjusts her bag so it goes behind her as she sees him do that.
Roulette, we should add these to Elsie.
Oh, interesting.
Extra
Nope.
legs.
that
Disgusting.
one will rot. You shouldn't.
I won't use that exact one, but bigger legs is definitely a good idea.
What about this hand one? Maybe you could get it to like grab things so Elfie could hold on to things better.
Which is this the hand from like the tree creature?
Yeah.
It's like one of those like
Look.
toys where you squeeze the trigger down here and it makes the claw do that.
Yes.
Oh wait, can you make me one of those?
I feel like just some simple rings and string could totally accomplish that. Roulette would probably think I could do that if I
I
wanted.
could do that.
But would
Let's find Sora first, and I'll take back some of the these biomechanical ideas we're coming up with.
Okay, fine. I will leave the spider leg here, but then this is definitely going in the pack then.
Oh, sure, that can go in. That's a stick.
All right, toss it in.
Perfect. You can add one blight arm to your inventory at some point.
And you add that on your side.
Everyone now, kind of with your heart rates decreasing and being able to kind of pay attention to your surroundings, everyone give me a perception check for me while you're in this particular part of the forest. Really good.
Damn it.
Yes, Toby.
5.
Jiri and Telperion are probably locked in conversation, but Roulette
Jiri-
probably hears this too. But Toby Rama, you hear Roulette and Toby Rama hear off in the distance to the top, which is really the east in this orientation. You hear the squeal of some kind of animal. Toby Rama, with your past experience, you think that's likely some kind of boar-like creature. Sounds pig-like and large. It seems in pain.
Let's get to it.
Is it like do 12 o'clock or like 1 o'clock or 11?
The sound is loosely as the crow flies, like 11 o'clock.
Oh,
You know, you might not be able to follow directly that path to avoid tree cover and stuff, but it is coming from that direction.
this map goes so far. We're heading that way, Toby. I don't know. Well, we could backtrack, but I don't.
Also, Toby, nice job on the spider. Did you put some magic on it? Is that how I exploded it? That was excellent.
But let's just gonna start plodding along in the direction that Toby pointed.
Okay. As you guys are moving forward, go ahead and Roulette, make an investigation check.
Yeah.
Above 10 is still enough to catch that when you are getting roughly where you guys are, token layer, there is another pitfall trap.
God, yes.
We're not actually setting these off, though. They're just staying covered, right?
Roulette has been, she mentioned at least one of them. She has triggered it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm making them visible because with Roulette's intelligence, like she can kind of mentally mark where these loosely are.
Yeah. Head over to the right up here so you don't hit that thing. And I'm gonna keep pushing forward. Do I hear this thing?
I'll say freehand green. The bramble vine gets so thick and dense over here, you are not really able to go that direction much more. But it does seem that there is the noise is coming from a direction up there.
Oh,
Shield's back on.
Shield is on. Got it.
20 AC.
And as I move you guys to this,
yeah, we'll continue that way.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Continuation of the forest in front of you, and you heard the noise from loosely far in this direction.
12 o'clock.
And the crunching of bones beneath your feet that is continuing is definitely noticeable. Are you guys making any attempt to regroup, trying to move forward more quietly, or are you just continuing to just move forward?
I want to ask them, everyone, why don't we go this direction? There's less bones on the ground.
Last time there was less bones, we had 2 big spiders.
Good argument.
Bones are a little crunchy though.
It's true. We could Paladin stealth, and also maybe we killed all the spiders. If you have strong feelings, we can go over the bones, though.
I just want to head towards whatever we're going towards, and but try and stay quiet while we're doing it.
Stealth check.
Okay, yeah, everyone give me a stealth check.
10.
And I'm gonna make one generic perception check. But I need to get to this screen first.
Hey!
Okay, so that's just a straight roll. Let me do this. Okay, what do we have here? We have stealth was 12 from Toby, 11 from Jiri, 20 from Roulette, 10 for Telperion. Oh, got it.
I've instructed Alfie to stop rolling over the bones, and he's walking with his tiny feet.
Oh, perfect. Definitely avoiding him that way. On average, you guys are over the stealth requirement for whatever around here may be trying to perceive sound. And as you guys are stealthing, you do notice a sound from up ahead. Toby Rama specifically, your ears kind of pick up the crunching of bone from something else off in this direction, as well as low guttural grunts.
Maybe it's Sora.
Should I send Moby 3 ahead real quick just to peek over? Nobody move for a second, and I'll take out Moby 3, pop him in the air, pop on the goggles and the earmuffs, and I'm gonna send him like 45, 50 feet in the air.
Okay.
And have him
with varying heights of trees that may occlude parts of his vision, but otherwise heavily low enough beneath large canopy stuff.
Oh yeah. And I'm gonna pop him like let me do this slowly in this general this general direction.
So his kind of wings come out and start fluttering and buzzing, and he kind of levitates and moves forward. You put on your apparatus to see through his senses?
Yeah. Okay.
As he moves forward, give me both a stealth check for Moby 3 and a perception check.
Stealth is Dex, right?
Yes.
Okay.
For a bat, I guess, which is probably pretty good.
It's +2.
That's decent. Okay.
13.
You feel like his fluttering is fairly silent.
And then 2d20 plus 1. Right? Yeah. 12 for the perception check.
Got it. 12 for perception. As Moby 3 is hovering and moving through the forest, it's so dark, but his blind sight is definitely giving additional information that otherwise, like almost like infrared, shall we say, like outside of the grays and the gray tones, he is able to get like heat sensing somehow from a couple creatures in that loose direction. From his senses, you can see two equine-like beings. They seem to have equine lower halves and then humanoid torsos that are all emanating, but noticeably there's like a faint outline of heat around them, but otherwise no heat being generated from them. There's two of these individuals. There's also a larger, standing roughly 12 feet tall being of bipedal equine features and a large humanoid torso with enormous bits of horn protruding from his head, also strangely not emanating heat. You're just getting like the faintest sense compared to the thrashing sense of heat you're getting that seems to be locked in some kind of cage, squealing coming from that direction.
I immediately pull back Moby 3. I think whatever we're looking for is up there. There's some whatever's making those hoof marks is definitely up there. There's at least 3 of them, and then something in the cage. Weird shit. They're giving off different signals than whatever's in that live thing that's in the cage.
Can I ask a question then? Do you have like a switch that goes from like visible light to like infrared radiation? Like, do you like, or do you see both when you're looking through it?
I think it's probably both, but
Yeah.
I don't see colors. Is the very specific thing. Like it's all black and white, like echolocation.
So it's like a FLIR footage where it's like black or like white is hot and then black is like dark.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Loosely, I'm being a little soft with it. Okay. Okay. Which lasts for an hour, 10 minutes? Okay, an hour.
We throw the description in the chat. Yeah, do we want to pause before anything else? P.
Sure, yeah, we can do a bio break before you guys move toward this direction.
Sorry, Toby was mid-sentence.
So remind me what the radius of this is. Is it a 30-foot radius? All right, let me double check that. Your senses go out as far as they can, and you're not finding, like Roulette has suggested, finding 3 sources of beings, but you're feeling a very strong detection sense alerting your mind that there does seem to be some undead creature roughly 55 feet in that direction. From you guys' viewpoint, shrouded in I fucking hate that shit. Shrouded via foliage and loose brambles and tree cover in the area, but roughly 55 feet away, a very distinct and acute sense that yes, this is a perversion of life and death for sure.
About to kill some stuff that's already been killed. Let's read out.
Oh yeah, true.
It doesn't answer the question.
You should hit it high. I'll hit it low.
I like the idea of us hitting it.
All right, as you guys kind of potentially have some version of stealth advantage for possibly the first time in your lives, you guys, let's take a bio break before you guys proceed further in.
We have 2 people in armor.
Yeah, I know. It's just so fun. You guys are so competent in so many ways. It's just like you guys are not in general a stealthy group.
It's fair.
All right, see you guys in a bit.
Hmm? I just finished it, yeah.
I'm such a little simp bitch for putting on this song during our intermissions. Oh, I wonder if he's unhealthily obsessed with Critical Role.
Simp bitch.
Ugh. Guys, 5 days to Legend of Vox Machina. Fucking nuts. It's almost like we're coming up on, it's been over 2.5 years, I think,
Since they announced it.
since the Kickstarter. That's crazy. Because it was before pandemic times. They all got to record like a dozen times together in the same booth before pandemic hit, and then they all had to go remote. In what way? For what?
Did you finish the driveway and everything? What's that look?
Yeah.
But can you false life if you already have 4 of those temp HPs? Got it.
Also, just for fun, because I love showing pictures in the chat. I didn't show it for the last encounter, but ugh.
File. Clicking off it.
Telperion, I love that it successfully rope shotted you and pulled you up. It could never hit you, but it still is like gross enough to you, so that felt appropriate.
It's also my
it's just,
thing.
It's mandibles like reaching, like I like to think inches from your face. Like that is terrifying.
Because the Quagoths got me, the Griffins got me, now this thing's gotten me. I would have felt wrong if it didn't.
Now whatever we're fighting next is going to get you too.
Always. Oh, no, but it's only like monsters, right? Like it's like things that want to eat me. Yeah. I didn't remember how amazing Warding Bond is, like half HP or like resistance to everything.
Yeah, but it's not really. You get resistance for sure, but it's just like splitting the damage half to you and half to Toby.
But with resistance as well, so you get a quarter.
No, not correct. You get resistance, and Toby takes the damage equal to what you got. So the damage is 8. You take 4. He takes 4.
Oh.
Well, but so let's say if it starts out at 16 and he's resistant, are you resistant to something? I don't know what.
It's giving him resistant to any, I think like any damage he takes.
Yeah.
So it'd be 8 to Telperion. So that is resistance, but Toby Rama takes 8 as well. So that 16's not being quartered. It's just being split into two. Half goes to this person, half goes to the caster.
Right. Yeah, right, sure.
Right, sure. Yeah, of course.
And I also I'll often want to use shields on myself to make you not get so hurt too if I take a really brutal hit. Yeah, true.
Very valuable.
All right.
Or even if I think if you fed someone with a healing potion or something, it would similarly affect you, I believe. The way it's worded. Okay, now that you guys have identified those beings up ahead, I think I'm going to go ahead and turn them to the object layer on the map. They'll just be appropriately occluded from your vision with the dynamic lighting in certain directions.
Getting a sliver ready.
Okay. Soft crunch of bone beneath your feet, but you guys are staying pretty stealthy so far. And these beings up ahead, there's motion. They're stepping back and forth and doing things.
Do we want to make a distracting noise over here so they come check out where we are, or do we want to just swarm them?
You hear the clanging of metal as like something's thrashing around, not the squealing creature, but some other clanging going on. Okay. Toby Rama, when you get to that spot, your passive perception does pick up the loose rustling of leaves off in this direction, but it actually is going away from you. Unsure if that has anything to do with your current position, but just there are other things that live in these woods as well. It does. It does. It looks like footprints are over in that direction as well as over here. Footprints are all over this place. Equine, horseshoe, imprints in the dirt.
What if we split in half?
What if we do 2 and 2?
Answer.
Give me a ranged person though. Jerry, you go with the other party. Don't go with me because we're both we like to be up close. And then if you come at each other to help.
Toby Rama, as you guys are discussing, you also hear another rustling of leaves over here as you think something large is pushing past brush. Not necessarily alerted to your presence, but still moving in the space.
All right, give me Toby, come with me and then we'll go.
Jerry, let's go ride.
Okay. I'm gonna pull my ripcord ahead of time and get all puffy.
All right, you do so. Over the next several seconds, go ahead and move you guys. Let's do 6-second durations. Go ahead and move 30 feet or so at a time to get into whatever location you're hoping to be.
Toby, are you going with me? I guess I don't really know.
30 gets me up to here.
Successfully keeping quiet, Toby Rama and Telperion, you see a creature moving in your direction, pushing past brush over here, not 20 feet or so in front of you. You have like a moment to decide if you want to still be standing in the middle of this clearing you're in or like duck to some tree cover. Noise-wise, you have not been noticed, but someone still could see you if you're just left in the middle of a space.
I'm gonna point to Toby and like gesture because I want to give our friends a little more time to get in a good position. I don't want to start a fight yet.
You see a creature continuing to move slowly in some kind of sentry-like path, pushing through. And as you get a closer look at this being, very clearly, let me pull this up. definitely seems to be like a tall humanoid skeleton, completely rib cage exposed in a humanoid skull, no flesh remaining on its body until it pushes past a low area of dead and blackened shrubbery, revealing the lower equine features of a creature that definitely once in life was likely a centaur, but now occupying the form of a purely animated bone-like creature. As I go ahead and just reveal what it looks like as you see it. This is a
Ooh.
picture actually from the Critical Role's new Tal'Dorei book, but these are a centaur skeleton is currently just like scouting the area, just moving in kind of a path, hasn't taken any notice of you yet, but is just kind of traversing the space, and it seems to have a glaive on its back, kind of loosely affixed with some kind of wrapping around its rib cage, and then is holding a long bow.
I want to just kind of wait for a second.
But as it continues to move, yeah, are you guys? Okay. It continues to move very slowly. These other creatures up in the top, Jiri, from your angle, you can probably see clearly another one of these centaur skeletons and the looming form of another slightly bigger monstrous being right next to it, a minotaur skeleton.
Keep sneaking up with Roulette and Alfie.
Okay, I'll let you guys, Roulette, Alfie, and Jiri, go ahead and you can move up to 30 feet in a direction, keeping your footsteps light, since we've done a couple turns kind of over near Telperion and Toby.
Yeah, I think probably like 25 feet, like just to the edge of that clearing. I'm gonna do like one step at a time. Oh God. Oh God. Like to hear probably.
Okay.
I love it. I love that I cannot, because I'm purposely not looking at Mike's monitor right now because I don't want to see where you guys are.
So that's so beautiful. And you're talking about the dynamic lighting, right?
Yeah, because
I'm like, they are on the token layer, so they're visible, but I love that they're occluded from your vision because of the dynamic lighting. You cannot see what's necessarily going on away from each other in that situation. Okay, so you get to this point, and this centaur continues to move in a kind of path that he seems to know, slowly just trotting through the space. Is there anything you guys are doing? Or are you going to keep hidden and just like kind of wait it out for a while?
Knowing, like judging the distance, I'm keeping an eye to my left / behind me to see if my other two friends pop up.
Okay.
Or to come from their other side of the pincer.
Okay.
Otherwise,
so just kind of keeping situational awareness high. Got it.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm on the other side of like this path. And like I can see Roulette and like Jiri is just doing like hand signals that don't make any sense. You know? Like,
you pick up another stick and just like start using it.
I have a question, Crit.
Yep.
I'm curious if can you see my arrow?
Yep.
The guys, I kind of want to dip past while he's walking away from us, since I don't want to take this guy on alone. Is this a viable path while he's going that way?
Yes, you could essentially, while he has passed you, you can now kind of slowly, quietly push your way through brush.
Yeah.
I will consider that difficult terrain and additional stealth check required to move into that, because it is more heavily festered with brambles and vines and stuff.
Fair.
So if you're trying to push into that, definitely make another stealth check.
You need pass without a trace so bad.
Tobirama definitely able to keep his footsteps relatively quiet.
5. The disadvantage fucked me. I rolled a 10 on that.
As you guys are moving forward, Telperion unfortunately steps in a twig under the leaves you were stepping on top of. The centaur hears the noise and is moving toward your direction. Getting closer.
Go back. Oh wait, is it? Yeah, I don't know
As
which
soon
way
as
it's going.
as soon as it like tries to like brush away some of the foliage, it sees both of you move and starts to back up. It's going to back up one space before you guys have the chance to react. And we will kick off initiative, I think, for this situation because it is definitely going to aggress.
No, it's not me doing it. It's Alfie doing
Woo!
it.
Wow, that's really good.
I'm assuming crit. This is initiative for everyone.
Yes, we'll do it for everyone because things are going to happen in such like kind of quick pace almost.
You did.
I snugged a pwn.
Toby Ramo, you are going. Wait. Oh yes, it is. Yes, you are very correct. It is going first. Well, before you. Okay, so Telperion, the one in front of you definitely looks like it is somewhat quick to react, but you're quicker. What are you doing first?
Sliver at its chest.
And I'm going to say Roulette and Jiri, you hear off in the distance behind you, especially Roulette having been keeping your ear open. You definitely hear the noise of a grunting back in that direction in some kind of alerted urgency to that being's voice. Okay, you're checking a sliver. Action to do so?
Yep.
Okay, roll
I
it.
was doing a regular. I got a shield in one hand. Regular action sliver. Ugh, 11 to fucking hit.
11 sails literally through part of its rib cage. Your aim was true, but like the horizontal motion just like passes through two of the ribs and falls limply, 20 or so feet behind the creature.
And then I will take out my longsword and just walk forward and attack it. Oh no,
okay.
no, I'm sorry. With my bonus action, I will fling my other sliver.
Okay.
As my
and this is and this is not a toss. This is a two-hand fighting thing. So you're totally welcome to do so.
17 plus 6, 23.
Does hit.
So this is a D6. 2 plus not strength, but I do get to add my +2 to a single weapon, so 4 damage.
4 damage. Got it. It kind of like embeds itself in one of the ribs, and part of the rib like cracks, and then your sliver falls out as it kind of shimmies its body. But you definitely made impact.
I'll do a psionic burst on that one just to give it some extra meat.
Okay.
So another D6 plus 2. Roll the fucking 1. 3 force damage on that.
Okay. That's enough damage to where the crack was made. The detonation of force knocks the sliver free, and the part of the rib just breaks off and falls to the ground. But definitely a hit on this thing. And now it's its turn. It is going to just like screaming out into the air, calling for aid potentially. And it is backing, it is going to retreat several feet and take, I believe, a longbow attack on you. Yes.
The initiative thing went away. I don't know if that is an issue.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, okay, good.
That is weird that it, I don't think I deleted it. Maybe I deleted it and didn't even realize. But it is going to back up and make a longbow attack against you, Telperion, the one that shot at it.
21 AC.
Whoa. That is very good. I don't think it's going to be able to hit you.
Shield it.
Its speed is 40. It's going to choose to rush you. As it backs up, it's reaching for its longbow, and it throws its longbow to the ground, grabbing its glaive and charging up in your direction. So it is going to use the remainder of its movement to charge and now make a glaive attack. Missing, but when it charges, it does get to use its hooves as well. I think that'll hit.
Yeah, it does it.
2d8 plus 4 plus charge damage.
What?
You take 26 points of bludgeoning damage as this thing charges into you, missing with its glaive, but then moving up directly next to you, rearing up and smashing you with its. Yes, you take 13
It rolled
damage.
max on both.
At least one of the dice was max. If you kind of hover it over, it says there's an 8 and a 3 and a 3 and an 8. So.
Shield. And I'm at resistance. I can't roll above a 2. I shield 4 damage.
So it's 22.
So down to 11.
Yeah. Gulp.
Yes, that is how it works. Yes, good call.
I thought this was going to be like a PC centaur, so it was going to be 1d4 plus strength, but no.
And so Toby Rama, you also take 11. So from as even though the thing like kind of bashed its hooves into Telperion, you feel an impact in your form as well. Exactly, while Telperion's chest had kind of been impacted. Toby, it is your turn. Okay, using your action to expend the wings. Okay. For looks like 5 healing.
Thank you. Back to 30.
The die looks broken on the screen.
Oh, okay.
So don't you get 5? Oh.
So you do get, so that's interesting because you do get 4 temps for healing him because your temps previously had probably been absorbed part of the blow of Telperion's thing. Okay, just making sure.
Don't you get 5 of the temps? Oh, is it 4 up?
It's wisdom ability modifier. It's spellcasting ability modifier for healing heroism.
So you just gave yourself 9 HP back essentially?
No, just 4. He healed you 5 and buffed him 4. Yep.
Yeah. Gosh, the ring is so good on you.
Right.
It's funny how it worked out that you and I get to do this little fight first, and then they get to go do their little fight or whatever they're doing. Dude, I can't believe that damage.
You're going to run around its form. Okay, perfect. Got it.
I hate those.
Roulette, it is your turn.
Can I tell if this guy is about to run away? Like run towards the...
You can tell that both of the creatures, both the centaur skeleton and the minotaur skeleton, both took notice and looked in this direction. So they are both alerted to that direction. Their heads cocked in a direction, and their body language might be shifting in that way.
Damn it. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna like ever so slightly pop out, and from right where I am, I'm gonna take an attack at the butt of this centaur skeleton thing.
Okay, from reach with your chain flail?
Yes.
You are an unseen attacker. They have not been alerted to your presence. You do have advantage on this hit. Not a true surprise round because they are alerted to some threat in the area, but you absolutely are unseen with advantage.
MK, how high did you go? Beautiful.
24?
24 absolutely hits.
Eight bludgeoning.
As you bludgeon this thing, you see your thing blast through part of the rib cage, doing double damage. These things seem to be vulnerable to bludgeoning damage specifically. Their bones fragile on impact energy. So piercing and slashing might have normal effect, but bludgeoning very damaging to these creatures. 16 damage to that one.
And I'm gonna have Alfie take a step out this way. Oh God, do we want to run away? I don't know. First thing that's gonna happen, Alfie's gonna take a step out to here and use one of the charges on the centaur thing right in front of him.
Okay.
3d4 plus 3. Ooh, love to see it. Love to see it. 13.
Definitely, you find them like spiral into the empty, hollow torso of this being, just detonating from within. And definitely, you're seeing splinters of bone, like shrapnel, scattering the space around you.
Oh God.
The centaur definitely, like, not needing to use its reaction, definitely like turns to face you, no longer regarding the direction of the call of its ally.
Yeah. God, I am gonna peek back around here to like around this tree to just get out of line of sight.
Okay.
And Alfie's gonna end up over here, next to Jiri.
Okay. It sees you. It looks at both of you, kind of like back up out of its line of sight, but it knows roughly where you may be.
Yeah.
Cool.
There's not a straight line though.
These less than intelligent creatures generally never know what to make of the metallic sphere that does things to them, but it is going to charge the humanoid that just attacked it. So it is going to, it actually doesn't have enough room for real charge, but it will quickly move up toward you, looking around in the space, see you, and swing with its glaive.
God, I thought it was going towards Jiri. I should have left him there. I guess I did just attack it.
God, fuck.
This is so exciting. Wow, but it does get its other additional 2d8. I did not mean to roll that second one like I did. I meant to roll it like this. It doesn't get the charge, but it gets the extra 2d8 for the critical. So I'm just rolling that because it's convenient.
Is it 15
but 6
total
plus
damage?
9, yes, 15 total damage from that glaive hit. Finding just a unique spot that you weren't bracing against. It just kind of cleaves you into the torso, cutting into your form. That is its turn. It cannot do anything else. Jiri, your turn.
All right. Yeah, my question is like, what's the the lighting situation? Because I'm assuming I would have turned my stone off if I were trying to sneak here.
Very good point. It is probably considered darkness, like heavier than just dim light. So you might be able to see blurs of motion in the surroundings, but you are having a hard time seeing for sure.
All right, then I'd be like, Roulette, I was trying to signal you. I can't see anything.
What?
Can't see.
But
Oh,
retrieving your magical lit stone, though, would probably just be a free interaction, though, if you wanted to pull that out, for example.
All right, but yeah, sure, I'll do that, and then I'm gonna whip a stone at this thing that is right next to me, the one that's charging.
Enchanting it with your bonus and throwing it with your action. Go for it.
Yep.
You do have advantage on this because it has not necessarily noticed your presence yet, so you are considered unseen for this first throw. Definitely hits. This thing is very distracted, looking at Roulette, not seeing you at all. You definitely hit for 11 piercing.
Now it should be bludgeoning because I used a short bow to make this attack. It's actually bludgeoning because it's a rock, right?
I see. So
always
is the
wondered about
actual? Let
Yeah.
me just. I've got it right here,
Because
so
I
I just want to double check.
A magic stone is
Takes
bludgeoning.
bludgeoning.
I've said that
you are
before.
absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. And so, similar to Roulette, you see, like, as you throw this, where are you targeting this creature?
Like its skull, like the side of its head.
Okay, you throw it at its head, and right as it moves to, like, almost hearing your presence stepping on a twig, your stone just sails right at its jaw, knocking its jaw clean from its body. So now it's only like the top half of the skull affixed to the spine. Definitely impacting that centaur heavily for 22 damage.
Hot.
Is that it for Jiri?
Yeah, and I'll pop out of the bush and I'll be like, go get it, Elfie. That's it.
So as you now attack that thing, the centaur and Roulette out of this minotaur's sight line, it turns around to see what its nearby threats are, and it is able to see you, and so it's going to run up and attempt to attack you, Jiri.
Disadvantage on the first one.
Okay, disadvantage on the first one, and it does get a charge. I think it moved. Let me double check that because I don't. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it absolutely gets enough space to charge. So disadvantage, and it wields this nasty iron, like rusted iron great axe at its in its hands as it runs towards you. And it is going to make a great axe attack with disadvantage. 9. So as it like is rushing towards you and uses all of its momentum to cleave downward, you just like probably barely have to step to the side, but that would have been a very powerful blow. But having charged, it is able to use its gore attack as well, not with disadvantage. 24 to hit.
Oh yeah.
It put all of its charge momentum into the first hit, so you're not actually subjected to the charge damage. But with the gore attack, you take 11 piercing damage. And as it rips into your body, I believe steam pours out and damages it, correct? So
Yeah,
it might eat through all of your temps, but it is definitely damaged for, I believe, 10 fire damage.
Yep, 10 fire damage.
Okay, that one is
You have
down to...
Me?
Yeah, from 8.
Oh, Roulette hit that one. I didn't realize I marked the incorrect damage on one of them, but Roulette, the one in front of you that you have hit with bludgeoning damage and Jiri hit with bludgeoning damage, so many bones have been knocked from this thing already. It is already looking like somewhat feeble.
Team bludgeoning.
And then the Minotaur skeleton takes 10 fire. I just want to make sure he's not resistant. He is not. So he takes 10 fire damage as this like dark steam bellows from you and definitely seems to burn him as he recoils in pain.
Oh god.
But that is its turn. Telperion.
Longsword, right for its neck bones.
Roll it. Yes, you do have flanking.
Yeah.
Why are you at advantage?
Because of where his placement is.
I can't see you.
That's true. I rolled hideously.
Dude, I love the dynamic lighting.
7 plus 6 is
13.
13.
13 to hit the centaur skeleton.
Yeah.
You think your strike is true, and just in time, it pulls its glaive up to block your shot and forces it back away. You just missed this creature.
I'm going to burn an action surge to try to hit it again.
Yeah.
Okay, do it.
Critter, another cool thing about the dynamic lighting, you know how if you hover over someone in the turn order, it does the yellow square?
Yeah.
If they're obscured by a shadow, the
It doesn't even show.
up.
I love that.
It's very, very cool.
11
Definitely
plus 6. 17.
gives a little more pressure to the situation. 17 definitely hits.
Okay. Oh, yeah. 6 plus 6, so 12 damage.
12 slashing damage. Got it. What piece of bone do you cleave from this thing?
Well, I was aiming for its neck, so you can tell me.
Yeah, you like aim for its neck and you kind of slash across the front torso, and like a couple rib cage bones shear off, and maybe its clavicle is heavily damaged. Not shearing the head from its body, but definitely wounding it for sure.
And then I'll use my bonus action to psionic recovery one of my psi energy.
Okay.
So I'm back to 2 left.
Got it. Thank you.
And then I'll stay right where I'm at.
Okay. The one in front of you, a little nervous that it's being flanked, is going to... can it knock things back? It cannot. It is going to take a glaive attack at the one that ran behind it, kind of spinning its spear and hitting behind it. Toby Rama is going to make a glaive attack on you. 17 to hit. That hits. Okay. It does 9 slashing damage to you. And as soon as it kind of impacts it is going to risk opportunity attack from you as it pushes further into the brush over near Telperion towards where it thinks its allies might be rushing to its aid. And it is going to kind of turn and face you guys. 12 does not hit. So it runs, you didn't necessarily expect it to run away with such speed. So you try and swing, but it is gets away too quickly. That is its turn. Toby. Okay. With being 10 feet up, you are like right above its, like your feet are dangling where it's the top of its head is. These things are standing fairly tall at like 9 or so feet tall. And you said, what did you say you're doing with your action? I'm sorry. Guiding bolt. All right. You channel your energy and shoot it at it. $21 absolutely hits. Roll damage plus your additional damage, which I think is automatically 4. Ooh. 19. It is not. But you severely injure this thing. You see like your bolt of radiant silver light, like light this thing's vacuous, empty torso like on fire. It's just like crackling from within before fading away into mist. Roulette.
Oh God. Did he roll to hit that? He did. He rolled on his side thing. 15 plus 4 to hit. Am I correct that the Minotaur taking up a 2x2?
Yes, they're
Okay.
kind of awkwardly placed.
I'm just assuming it's taking up 2x2 because that's where the character icon is showing up.
It's also rotated right now, so it's just like awkwardly. It looks awkward, but yes.
Oh, shit, I can't do that.
Really, that Minotaur's like a little bit more like. He and the Centaur are kind of in each other's way a little bit, but loosey-goosey a little bit. But
I'm gonna ask a dumb thing. Can I go here and then can I get back up to this spot over here?
You can try to push past both of those things. You are going to need to make an acrobatics or athletics checks to be able to do so, to push through an enemy hostile's spaces.
Yeah,
but
I'm going to do that.
So close to them, they're not going to get an attack of opportunity or anything, but you can do that.
I'm going to try and acrobatics my way, like tuck and tumble and roll through and get back over there.
Go ahead and roll acrobatics as part of your movement.
13?
I'm going to give it a check to see, because I don't know how I would necessarily set a DC for that.
I don't either.
You try and run past it, and as soon as you think you're in the clear, the staff of a glaive butt is just like thrusted in front of you, the centaur not letting you past its space. So it kind of traps you as like you're trying to run in. It kind of like functionally pushes you back a square. And now I can't seem to grab you. But unfortunately does not allow you to move through its space.
I stand there. I don't drop my shield, but I drop my hands to my side. I was like, fine. And I'm holding my attack until Alfie goes. Alfie is going to use a charge of the wand on the centaur.
So you're like winding up to hit?
No, I'm just standing there staring at this centaur skeleton while it's staring.
Oh, gotcha. You're just using your bonus action first. Got it.
Yeah, and Alfie does 11 damage to the centaur thing.
You see additional bolts of magic fly into this thing and detonate, breaking off other splintering pieces of bone. This thing is very wounded, but not dead from Alfie's blow.
Uppercut with the flail at the thing. God damn.
Roll it.
I thought that was 17.
How do you shatter this centaur skeleton?
It's like the hammer just comes up and like, because it's a centaur, so like from pelvis like straight up through the spine to the head, just like shattering it vertically.
You just see like the instant crack with such a satisfying like ASMR of like as it just ricochets, ripping up through all of its bones, breaking them all, and the kind of two halves and loose structure of this bone thing just collapses to the ground. That centaur reduced to rubble.
And then because I think I should have enough movement, 5, 10, 15, like I'm gonna complete my movement back up to here.
For sure, you are able to do so.
Jiri, we gotta keep this thing penned in. And help! Just shouting it.
Perfect.
That's my turn.
All right, it is no longer that centaur's turn because it is dead. Right before its own turn came around, you killed it. Good job. Jiri, it is your turn.
Jiri's gonna kind of reposition to be across from Roulette, but when I stand there, I can't see anything.
I think that's a tree.
Yeah, it's probably some branches of the dynamic lighting are in your way, but you're functionally in flanking position with it either spot. So go ahead and roll with advantage.
Cool. I'll stay there, and then I'm also going to allow the mad wolf to come forward a little bit. My eyes turn a little bit red, and it howls at this creature, cursing it.
Okay, perfect. You do so.
What does that look like? Is it just like, does the creature look different or no?
It's more of an enhancement from Jiri, probably.
Okay.
He has locked his focus onto a creature in particular.
And what it looks like visibly is that my blade seems to start steaming as well. It's like black mist is like falling, like emanating out of it.
For sure.
And every time I it gets hit, like the steam is left behind on the creature.
It's almost reminiscent of the blight vine creatures, how their darkened forms were like flaking off ash. This Odashi blade that Jiri wields, sometimes purple, sometimes black, is currently black and just like flecking off this mist from its blade.
You've seen me do it with my fist before. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've used it with my sword.
Interesting.
Possibly. 18 absolutely hits for 12 slashing.
Bro, I should have used it with one hand. Yes, 12 slashing damage.
Okay, that one is killed. This one, 12 slashing damage against the Minotaur. You definitely cleave past front of the torso, and this thing is very angry at you.
And then I will double punch it with my cloud fists.
Okay. Just for my own knowledge, is that the final charge of these things? I forget how many charges
it's got 5. This is my third.
Okay, got it.
Nice.
Jesus.
24 definitely hits, and both of these are bludgeoning damage. This is going to hurt it a lot. 24 and 16 both hit the Minotaur. It looks like, okay, calculate the crit for me because it's really 1d4 plus
that's
4.
right.
Yeah, so it's a total of 8.
8 and then 7.
Yeah. So
15
and then 14 for a total of 29 damage to it. You are with these two translucent arms just battering its body. Yes, Roulette?
-2, because I think you're wielding it two-handed for the sword.
No, this is punching.
This is the punches that are kind of hovering off of his arms, triggered by a magical item.
Okay, you had said plus 14. That's why I was asking.
No, it should be 30.
No, it's a
damage.
fifth. It's 8 doubled to 16, 7 doubled to 14. You're right. It is 30 damage. I'm stupid. Yes, it is 30 damage of magical bludgeoning damage. You're just seeing this shattering detonations of shrapnel blasting off this thing's form as you are heavily wounding it, but not killing it quite yet.
Flavor wise, it's like double punch, like both sides, like slam it on the side of the head.
Perfect. Yeah, both of its horns break and fall to the ground.
I know.
Is that it for Jiri? You guys happened to send the two bludgeoners to the more difficult portion of this fight. That is so amusing to me. Perfect. That is your turn. It is so furious at you that you just did that to it, and it cannot back away to get a charge attack. So it's just putting everything it has into this great attack.
It's
great
and it's
attack
attacking
at you.
It's attacking Jiri.
Yes.
Alfie's gonna.
Okay. Impose disadvantage. Got it.
I imagine when he imposes disadvantage, it's equal parts like physical distraction and like he makes a mechanical noise like shrieking.
Crit wanted that one so bad.
I know.
I just want to roll damage for fun. It would only been 13 damage, so not insane, but it does miss you as it once again this very strong looking creature. It's hard to gauge without muscle on its form, but just the largeness of it definitely seems like it would be strong wielding this great axe. It comes down with such force, impacting the ground and not you as you sidestep it.
This minotaur still looks like a skeleton minotaur too.
Yes, all of these creatures are fully skeletal. Yes, this minotaur is skeletal as well.
Okay.
I don't have a picture of a skeletal minotaur.
No, it's fine.
No, maybe I do. So I'm gonna just show the centaur skeletons again, just because I like the image and they're cool looking. But if everyone clicks off of that, this is the centaur or the minotaur skeleton.
Ooh. Okay.
Definitely like the shape and hooves of its feet definitely equine, but the rest of it like nastily human other than its skull. But you guys have bludgeoned the fuck out of it, and it misses again with its great axe, not injuring Jiri. Telperion, your turn.
I guess I'm gonna. Can I? Oh yeah. All right.
Yes. I was gonna say, even with your position, I might allow advantage per flanking because you're like melee on the other side of him. You're within his reach. Oh, actually, you're not. But with the guiding bolt, yes, absolutely, you have advantage. The kind of flickers of the flame and in the torso are lighting him up. He looks definitely heavily wounded and damaged, many broken slivers of bone being knocked from his form, but still seems like he's got energy to him and resolve. He's not like staggered on his knees or anything.
Can I see that cage that's on the map from where I am?
Loosely, probably past some brush. Why?
Oh, what's in it?
Hard to tell from this distance. It's kind of too low.
Okay, I'll just swing at it with my long sword, one-handed. I rolled 2 18s.
Very nice. Definitely hits.
12 more damage. Which doesn't feel
12 damage. Got it. That's because the two bludgeoners are getting double damage every swing.
I know, it's really making me jealous.
Again, you like shear part of it's ulna off its arm, but it has enough to hold its glaive still. You're definitely knocking bones off this thing and wearing it down, chipping away at its form, but still is up, though it looks pretty rough.
I'm furious. I'm just gonna do another one. Make that one psionic too.
Okay, putting detonation of force on it. Okay.
Oh, thank God. 8 damage of force.
Got it. 8 damage of force. Knocking free other bones. This one does stagger it kind of to its knees before it has to force itself up again. Definitely heavily wounding it. It is looking like a janky puzzle piece of jagged bone at this point.
Finish it off, Toby. And can I just like use my movement to like go that way?
Yeah, you can. It's probably difficult terrain in that section, so only 15 feet of movement.
I only moved 3
yes.
spaces, so.
Okay, got it. Well, you moved kind of through its space. So you would need, because this is considered its space too, technically. But you could go here, 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 or something.
None of what you did was visible to me.
Shit, I hate when that happens. Yeah, up. You could really go up to. Yeah, that's fine.
That was 3. Okay.
Technically not allowed to crisscross into a creature's space, but it's not that important. And I let these two kind of crisscross each other's spaces.
This is going around its space.
It's a 2x2.
Yeah, it's a 2x2 thing. It's in this 4x4. You can't move from here to here because that's clipping through its space. You can't do that with hostiles.
Okay.
But again, it's not that big of a deal. I was just like being dumb about it, but you're good to go there. Yeah, perfect.
Well, can I see the cage now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be empty and full of bone.
very
Oh.
quickly.
With my bonus action, I'm just gonna push it away from me.
Okay. Strength save.
Just because I can. That's my turn.
Strange that this thing is fighting back with such a frail form at this point, but it does resist your push. And now it is its turn. I think it is going to risk an attack of opportunity to run away.
And then run back. Oh, for real?
It is going to move pretty far away-ish, but are you attacking it as it leaves your space?
I'm realizing if I do, I can't shield myself after, but I'll do it.
Okay.
Fuck. That's a really tough decision.
Adding your psionic to your attack, that's not a reaction.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, screw it. It's like really hurt, right?
It is very damaged.
I rolled another 18.
24 to hit.
Roll
24 to hit.
24 absolutely hits. I'm tempted to tell you it's HP before you do it, but just do the how much damage?
He rolled. Wait, what's the HP?
Yeah, I did roll. It's right here.
13.
10 damage. I can't even do
Okay.
13 anymore.
Oh, that's true. When you do psionic bursts, does that have to be on your turn?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
got it. So,
Yeah, it's one left, so-
sorry, how much damage did you do?
10.
Okay. You take out one of its legs and it has to hobble on 3 legs as it walks away, but then it turns around and it lost sight of you in its path, but it is going to turn around and take a longbow attack at Tobirama,
Tobola.
floating in the air. 14 does not. It sails past your form. You have surprisingly good control of your wings aloft in the air, but that uses its turn, and I think it has 40 feet of movement, so it's going to just back up another 5 feet. That is its turn. Toby, your turn. Okay. Range for that is probably 60. Okay, you're well within that. Okay, whiz save. It's got a 0 modifier. Is yours a 14? Yours is a 14.
Finally.
6. Yes, yes, a D12 for sure.
3 damage. Yeah.
Oh, that's good to know. Does not factor in. How do you kill this thing? Amazing. So you're just sending the kind of sonic vibration in this creature and it resonates and detonates from within. Dead. Okay. That is, I think it's shown on the map. That is actually a cage. You can't just like walk past the cage. Oh,
He's
I'm
flying.
sorry. You're absolutely right. You're flying above it. My bad. Yes, you can definitely hover over that space. And noticeably, it is roughly 10 by 10 by 10, the cage space. Roughly. Perfect. That's your thing. Any bonus? All right, roulette.
You go low, I'll go high. And I'm just gonna hold my action until Jiri attacks because I want to hit it at the same time.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes.
So you're holding your action. Is Alfie doing anything?
Yeah, he's gonna use another charge because I still have 3 charges left, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Elfie
more
goes
charge.
medium.
3d4 plus 3. 9.
Got it. As these bolts of magic kind of spiral toward it, they blast off a chunk of the skull, several ribs, one of its arms gives entirely. It is barely being kept up right by like a spinal column and half a skull. It's still wielding its great axe in its other hand, but it is real fucked up.
Yes.
Jiri, your turn.
All right.
It's rearing
hearing
up. It's
roulette.
trying to rear back to swing at you, but it's your turn first.
Yeah, and I'm gonna attack right when roulette attacks. I'm gonna do like I'm gonna crouch down and do like a spin like a top with like my blade out to like
Yes.
slash across its legs.
And
Amazing.
I'm gonna go just like right for the head. And we both have
Perfect.
advantage on this, right?
You both do have advantage on this absurd 4 HP left Minotaur skeleton. Both with well, I guess Jiri's doing slashing, but this is going to end poorly for it. Its AC is 12.
Imagine they both.
So Jiri's happens technically first for 9, and then Roulette's for 14. So you guys paint me a word picture of how this kind of happens.
Well, I'm gonna be using one-handed attacks from now on because this is ridiculous.
That is so funny. It's very consistently the one hands have been rolling higher.
I'm just imagining like the spinning like a top. I like knock its like legs out from underneath it, and as it's like falling down, I don't know, maybe roulette does something to it as it's like collapsing.
I picture it's like a 3-stack totem pole, and like Jiri takes out the bottom part in one direction, I take out the head in the other direction, and then like the chest just like falls, like the torso just falls down and collapses.
Let's say Jiri takes out the legs in below, it collapses. You take out the torso and it collapses, and just all that falls is the skull, limp, dead to the ground, with its horns already having been broken off.
Feels very like much like a Legend of Zelda boss, like where you have to take out the bottom part of the totem.
And we pick it up and we give it to Alfie, like put it on his head.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It literally will probably like, you probably have to affix it to it because it's like half a skull with a broken horn, but otherwise like you could affix it to his like amber ore, his Veritite ore head.
Before
very intimidating.
I stopped Jiri from doing that. We're Toby, Topirian.
Yeah, you all right?
Give me 1 second to adjust my very itchy scalp for some reason.
Look at that hair.
Yeah, it was something else. Okay. Sorry, before we get to Toby, Roulette, what did you say you were doing? You were stopping Jiri from putting it on his head and doing something with it?
I mostly just wanted to make sure our like see if we were still in combat or if there's still threats abound.
Keeping an ear out. Everyone make a perception check to see if there's any other threats moving around.
$18.
Busy with the skull.
1 second. Okay. Jiri's busy with the skull. Roulette's busy with something. Toby Ramen, you definitely like, you can still hear the far off noises of like insects chirping or like, you know, there's general ambient wildlife noise in the space, but nothing that's like crunching bone or shifting in the trees above you. You feel like you're in relatively safe space other than the constant squealing of the giant boar stuck in the cage right here. That is very loud and obnoxious. And you notice several cages in this area with mostly bloodied forms of various beasts contained within. Some are heavily decomposed with exposed bone and decaying flesh clearly visible. Toby Ramen, make a general perception. Make an investigation check for me. Yes, with your pat. Yeah, that's actually fair. As you're looking from cage to cage, you're definitely seeing various like bloodied, dead forms of beasts in the area. There's a dead elk, a dead brown bear, several bloodied feathers kind of loosely in the area that kind of remind you of roughly the kind of plumage typical of like an owlbear, like the one you guys fought recently. There are 2 dead scaled crocodilian humanoids, immediately recognizable now that you guys kind of understand what they are as lizard folk. There's a dead actual centaur, not reduced to skeletal form, a dead bugbear, a dead brilliant white feathered avian humanoid. Let me put that back on loop. Very clearly a heron lineage of Aarakocra, seemingly. And otherwise, there is, let me get to this part. Sorry. I thought I had that.
Telperion, how many minotaurs did you
Here
kill?
we go.
We faced this one really tough centaur. Did you kill a minotaur?
Yeah, and we killed a centaur too.
And all the while
was it
you're
already
kind of
wounded then?
No.
I don't. Jerry, is this one of your tall tales?
No. Roulette, tell him.
No, we killed about a dozen of them.
Talla and Talla.
Now we killed 2. Look, hold on one second.
You very clearly feel the lack of purchase take the being. But as you're kind of surveying this landscape, all the bones throughout the whole space, including here, all seem to be pretty much picked clean, stripped of any organic material that may have been on them. You're constantly hearing that of the kind of boar thrashing in its cage to the side. And upon investigation, you do see a black furred feline form slumped on the floor of a cage to the side. Okay. Make an animal handling check with disadvantage.
I'm gonna rush to the form of our friend.
15's pretty good, actually. You kind of, it seems it's thrashing wildly in its cage, just trying to get out. You kind of like show your lack of ill intent and shear free the lock mechanism with your very rusted these cages with your hand axe. And you're able to open the cage if you wish. As you swing open the cage, sure. It disregards the ration and just charges out of the cage and just into the wilderness beyond. Possibly now regarding you as not a threat, but still trying to escape the captivity it was locked in. Telperion, did you say you were doing something?
I'm gonna go up to Sora.
Moving up to this kind of slumped, furred feline form, it is naked, no clothing or armor, and your stomach drops for a moment when you see the heavily wounded, dead face, its jaw cracked of a panther-like beast within. However, this creature does not have 2 bipedal legs and humanoid arms of Sora. It has 6 sextupedal paws along the body and several tail-like tentacles protruding from its back that are limp on the ground.
Those are from the planet Pandora.
Roulette specifically could make, actually, I would let Roulette or Telperion make a history or nature check if you wanted to recall in your brain what this might be.
With Jiri's help, Roulette is affixing the Minotaur skull to Alfie's head.
23 history check.
Very clearly, Telperion, this is a displacer beast, a very panther-like creature that has kind of spindly tail tentacles that are like clawed and hooked at the edge, but it has magical capabilities that can like send out illusions, shifting where its form is. But this is a dead displacer beast laying here in this this cage.
Everyone, we have to find Sora, but we are absolutely taking the hide of this thing with us.
In a separate cage, you all also notice a pen or a cage that has nothing in it except for a loose rapier, cloak, and armor of what you remember Sora to be wearing. But she is not present in this cage.
Sora.
bro.
I'm gonna go check out the cage.
Sure, you can inspect it.
Can I open it?
Yeah, give me Yeah, you can open it freely. Give me an investigation check.
Nat 20.
Very clearly, there are drag marks at the front of the cage, which strikes you as odd because even if they were dragging Sora unconscious potentially to this location, there probably wouldn't be drag marks in there. They could have held her in there and thrown her in there. The way the drag marks are kind of leading roughly toward this direction indicate, and with the status of them, don't seem within the last 20 minutes. Like it was like probably a couple hours fresh earth. These are leading away from it as if some smaller creature dragged whatever was in here to another location, whereas the centaurs and minotaurs would have just picked her up and moved her. So something else seems to have dragged whatever was in this cage to another location.
All right, I tell everyone that while they're busy fixing things to things. And then I'll grab.
I'll also say, with your high investigation check, there is one more cage off in the distance that you guys hadn't been able to check out yet, and you do over there while you're investigating the surroundings, looking at the drag marks. A glint of metal catches the shimmer of it, catches your eye. There seems to be like the dotting of little gold and silver objects strewn across the ground in this cage.
Gold and silver. Okay, before I get to that, I want to grab all of her items. What was it? A rapier?
Yep, rapier, her cloak, and her armor.
Rapier, cloak, and armor.
Yep.
And then I'll go.
Yep.
I'm gonna go check out that last cave with anyone who wants to join me.
Okay. As you make your way over there, as you're poking around in that toward the edge of that cage, you see very clearly there's some coin scattered loosely in this thing, and then you catch the glint of green and red of gemstones as well. Just as you're walking over to it, you see like some valuables are in this cage.
I open the cage.
You're welcome to.
And then I use Kair and I pull the valuables to me.
As you start pulling the valuables off the floor of this thing, they're like not fully, they're resisting a little bit as if they're sticky or stuck in some way.
I push them away from me?
Same effect. Like you can tell these are tangible things. Your Kair is finding purchase, but it's just like they feel heavier for some reason.
Does anyone want to come check this out with me?
The giant spiders.
Am I seeing that they're webbed together?
Probably have to get closer to inspect specifically why. Yeah.
I'll get closer. I mean, I'm like at the door of it.
Yeah, you're like at the door.
How big is this cage?
10 by 10 by 10.
Do any of you want to detect magic?
I'll sure. I'll take a quick 10 minutes. I'll just be like wandering around the cage, and I will ritually cast detect magic over the course of 10 minutes.
While you're doing that, I'll go try to
if you want
the displacer beast.
Go skin that beast. I'll check out what's going on over here.
Okay. You are welcome to try and start a short rest. Telperian nature check. Roulette, 10 minutes will go by. Nothing assaults you guys in the next 10 minutes. Although just sounds in the various ambience definitely put you guys on edge a little bit. When your detect magic flares, it echoes out around you, and other than the magical items on your persons, you do not get any sense of magical items nearby. Like in that cage, for example, nothing seems to be magical. Go ahead and roll nature. Tell people.
I want to ask Toby if he wants to help me with this, though. Or Oh, so you want to
Okay, so he'll give you guidance. You do know, Telpian, just before you even roll, this is going to be difficult to skin the creature in a way that retains its very unique biology. So it's just difficult task.
I rolled an 8. Plus 2 is 10. Plus 1, 11.
You are skinning it, and you definitely are able to like slip your blade under its pelt and under some of the muscle and like work your way in sections around it. But as you like, part of it's really tough, and as you try and force your way, you do unintentionally cleave through one of its tentacle-like tails. There's still another 2 on it, but you can functionally get the pelt of a displacer beast. It is damaged though in the process.
I'm gonna go to the open door of this thing. Alfie, do me a favor, just help me out here. Just want to make sure it's not another pit trap in here. I'm gonna have Alfie like grab the back of my belt on my armor.
Okay.
And stay at the door.
Okay.
And I'm gonna just
kind of bracing yourself to resist the ball. Okay.
Okay. And I'm gonna just like take a step in towards, like gingerly in towards whatever these shiny things are.
Okay, I'm gonna move Telpian back. Roulette's there. Alfie, you're holding. Roulette, you're stepping in, and Alfie is right behind you, holding you.
Yes.
Roulette, as soon as you move into the cage.
Love it. Fucking piano.
The form of a large mimic, teeth jut out of the cage like bars, not true metal, but like organic, hidden camouflage things. And the whole cage just gnashes down on you for an attack with advantage. I don't know why it did that like that, but with its bite attack. And you guys have heard, maybe to varying degrees, some of you have encountered mimics in your life. Rather rare creatures that can just imitate general surroundings. But does a 17 hit, Roulette?
17 hits.
All right. You take 5 piercing damage and 5 acid damage as this thing's teeth bite into you. It's somewhat tanky, but is not necessarily going to get many rounds off, so we don't need to roll initiative, but you guys can all react however you want. But Roulette, this thing's cage like iron bars are gnashing you with piercing, and you're definitely feeling the corrosion of acid on your skin as well.
I would like to get away from this thing. Wait, are we doing initiative or?
We don't necessarily have to. All of you guys can kind of get attacks in or do what you want, but this thing's not particularly beefy enough that it's going to hold up to rounds of combat, but it is dangerous still.
8 damage.
Okay, so Telpian, you're rushing up to assault this thing. You're just kind of cleaving into the bars. Okay,
yes.
And you rolled what to
19
hit?
to hit.
Definitely hits, and 8 damage.
Yeah, slashing.
Okay. You definitely cleave through. As you're cleaving through the bars, it literally feels like hardened, tense muscle, not metal bar. And you are able to do 8 damage. Toby Rama, you're doing a Toll the Dead. It does have a +1 modifier. You feel that sound energy not affect its thing. It does quiver for a moment, but still continues to try and gnash on Roulette. Okay. Which stands to also buff your temps if you don't have temps, or if you have little. 8 healing to Roulette, it looks like. Okay. That is Telpian and Toby Rama. Jiri and Roulette, what are you guys doing?
I did a cure wounds on myself.
Cure wounds on yourself, so you're probably close to full at this point. How much healing did you do?
I did 9.
Got it. Okay. Jiri, what are you doing?
Not realizing fully what's going on, Jiri will attack the cage nearest him.
Okay. You strike true, your sword clanging against metal bars.
That's it.
Okay. Who it's Topirian. Oh, actually, it's going to be the mimic's turn, and then you guys can all go again. It will make
14 from the last charge of the wand of magic missiles, not the actual last charge, but my last charge.
Oh, got it. Okay, so the last charge you're comfortable expending does 14 damage.
Yeah.
They definitely sink into the tense, fleshy muscle form of this thing. I should have put that on loop. I hate when I forget stuff. 14, got it. And my brain is stopping. Bite attack. It does not have. Oh, it does have advantage on things in its mouth. Did Aurillette try and get out, or did you cast Cure Wounds? Was that kind of your action? You are considered restrained in its mouth. You would have to force your way out with an action. Sorry.
Oh,
so we can retroactively adjust your turn if you want to do that.
No, I definitely wanted to cast Cure Wounds, so I probably would have just stayed in the mouth.
Okay, so you think this thing like clashing down on you, but you slap a patch on yourself, healing, feeling better, but it definitely has you like you feel sticky on the ground. And it will try and hit you for 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Can you disadvantage that?
No. Oh, that's true.
The 17 still hits though.
Yeah, okay. You take another 7 damage, some from piercing teeth of this thing, and some from just a little sizzle of acid on your skin for another 7. But you can see the flesh of this thing is leaking blood from the couple hits it has taken. So now Telperion and Tobirama and Jiri and Roulette, we can all go through another round of hitting it.
Can I bonus action to force push Roulette away from me out of its mouth?
I would say yes. It's going to try and resist you with its natural stickiness, I guess. So it's going to try and essentially it'll make a strength save against your push.
Yeah. I will purposely fail it on my part.
Yeah, gotcha. It fails. It was not expecting that. And so Roulette is expelled from its mouth. Going to there. We'll say Alfie was, regardless of what position you were in, Roulette, you are now out of it. That was your bonus action. Got it.
Another 19 to hit.
Definitely hits. How much damage?
What?
Do you crit on 19?
No, that's a different type of fighter.
Oh.
9 damage to hit. Or 9 damage.
It definitely reels in pain. This thing not making intelligible, like, beastly noises, just the clashing of its tense muscle, but it is definitely in pain from that. Nice. 11 does not succeed. Damage? Okay. It's still alive.
You bastard. By like 1. Wait, who's next? Jerry? You gonna go?
Probably Roulette first.
Oh.
Chain
11.
flail just misses as you extend your chain thing. Oh, yep. What's up?
Do I have advantage on it? Because of where...
Oh, yes. You are in a flanking position with it. Yes. So you absolutely do have advantage.
I'm going to roll lower. I know it. Oh, no.
Yes.
I'll roll higher.
Yep. It has 2 HP. How do you want to kill it?
I don't know. I want to bash all of its teeth out.
Jesus.
Okay. So it's like it's janky iron bars that kind of split and just are made of what looked to be iron. You just cleave through a couple of those and they like break and fall off limply. And then the whole form of the thing, just like the muscle loosens tension and just like almost amorphously, just slumps to the ground, exposing the contents within that are welcome for you to try and get.
Gross.
Oh.
Going to continue to attack mine.
Okay.
And call for aid.
You're definitely successfully scraping the iron bars of that cage for sure.
Keep it up, Jerry.
Toby, help me kill this one. Oh. Well, how do we know these ones aren't
Also evil and hungry.
I try to
Okay.
air the jewels and gold out.
They are still affixed to a sticky like tongue of this thing, but you don't sense that this thing can aggress you anymore. But they are outside the weight limit of the stickiness is adhesive, more of like 10 pounds of force necessary to pull them off.
All right, I'll get on in there and start pulling.
All right, over the course of the next couple minutes to pull off gemstones and gold, you guys are able to acquire 84 gold pieces, 252 silver pieces,
You're writing this. Yeah.
2 small dark red garnet gemstones,
Sexy.
and a larger bright green tourmaline gemstone.
Sexy stones. I have to be really quick.
There are also other chunks of bone in that general vicinity, possibly the corrosion stomach acids of the creature while it was alive, decomposing other creatures it may have eaten, but not able to consume their belongings necessarily.
Well, this is a dreadful place. I wonder why those skeleton things let the beast be here. I also wonder if anyone created them or if they were their own thing. I want to go check out that trail from the cage that Sora seemingly got pulled from.
Okay. You had rolled in a nat 20 on the investigation earlier. You see that loosely, let me do a freehand green. It loosely travels in this direction, right along the path of bones.
Okay.
You think Sora went this way?
I think something dragged it this way, yeah. Is there anything else we want to check out from this area, or are we ready to go?
Well, they must be traveling pretty slow if they're being dragged, right? So she can't be too far ahead.
That's good hope.
Okay. You guys continue kind of back where you came from loosely. Kind of.
I gather my slivers.
Roughly. You gather your slivers, everyone's got their belongings on them, and you head back to the previous area.
The centaurs and this minotaur, they just had crappy iron, rusty weapons.
Yes, very rusted.
Ignoring them.
Probably functional, but maybe not worth very much to a vendor.
Oh, can I grab 2 of the hoofs?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
Just
you.
break them off and add them. All right, we will add you guys back into the center of the Bramblevine thicket.
Centaur.
And you guys are at this point. Oh shit! I did not mean to do that. I meant to do. God damn it! Sometimes this is difficult to navigate. You guys all. If you're coming back the direction you came from, literally, you'll arrive back here. But if you kind of follow the trail, it is loosely 20, 30 feet to the left of where you entered that area.
I'm going to follow that trail.
Okay. So you guys kind of emerge roughly and more close to this direction. And you do notice the trail meander. God damn it.
Square.
No, not square. Freehand. Green. I gotta redo it every freaking time. Loosely travels in that kind of direction.
We go that way.
Okay. As you guys proceed further into this area, kind of nearby where you guys had traveled before and found some pitfalls and keeping an eye out for those, someone make me a survival check as the kind of increased layer of dead leaves is now making things more difficult to see. Okay. Survival's pretty good. 15's pretty good.
What about an 18?
18's even better. You definitely see that dragging trail, now knowing what to look for different than the hoof prints, is loosely traveling in this direction. Toward the east, or toward the right of this map, which is really south.
So we pass the corpses of our fallen enemies.
You do, in fact. Yep. No longer hindered by the webs on the ground since they were burned up. But you see the trail continue to lead this way.
I'll try and stay up with Telperion, keeping an eye out for more of the pit trap things along the way.
Okay. And it hates when I try and do freehand, but... And it continues to drag further to the right off map.
We go off map.
So you continue for another 30 feet or so before you come to a unique bit of stuff. At this far end of the thicket, there seems to be now the bramble vines permeating the whole location, but it seems to rise up vertically and drastically at kind of a stark angle. And it's like forming this large subdome like structure further ahead. And there's one massive tree sticking out the top of it. This structure kind of goes 60 feet up or so before kind of becoming somewhat horizontal. But what you notice is it seems like it's growing up and around like an old stone wall that once existed here. And the center of this wall, framed within it, is an arched doorway of some kind.
Ooh!
Oh, we rush in.
Spooky.
As you move to this location, get a little closer, the trail of the dragging definitely stops toward the base of the door. And if you inspect the door, you need to make all of this. God, I hate fucking roll 20 sometimes.
You're doing great.
I want to make that.
We don't spoil our dog.
This is going to take me a second to do. I meant to do that to the token layer.
Rock.
All of that needs to go to the token layer. Are you guys, I don't know if I can't tell things from my end. Are you seeing all these runic carvings on this stone?
There's one set of like circular runes around the outside of it, and then in each quadrant there are two different items.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure the front to back drawing order was correct. But this is kind of, you see this slab of like blue-green stone, and the writings around them. Portions of these are like slightly shimmering, giving off some kind of magical aura, but otherwise you just see all of this intricate carving. The series of runic carvings adorned with elvish prose in the circle around this situation that I believe 3 of our members are able to read.
A puzzle.
No,
My specialty.
Oh, it's Elvish. Oh my god.
I think I know. I do.
With this little pug. Okay, oh Jesus Christ. Telperion gets on up in here. He's like, all right, what do we got?
So all those who are getting close enough to inspect, you notice this situation of runes is interesting. Before I have you guys read anything in Elvish, roulette, even just passive understanding of these runes, these look very similar to the types of runes inscribed by those lizard folk on the trees. These are not necessarily arcane glyphs or runes. They seem to be more primordial and natural in appearance and wilder. You're not sure what they mean, but that just strikes you. The text around the rim is in Elvish, and everyone that can speak Elvish is able to read it. It is kind of segmented into 4 quadrants, as someone previously mentioned. A stanza, oh shit. a stanza is on each quadrant. What quadrant are you guys reading first? Because there's like little patches of language on all of
I'm
them.
reading the ground to make sure there's no traps around this door and around this.
Okay. Sure. Make an investigation check.
I'm specifically looking for mimics too.
Okay.
14.
I'm also gonna, if it's gonna let me, I'm gonna do that as well. 14. You're surveying the ground. Not sure if anything magical is affixed in this area, but there definitely don't seem to be tripwires or pitfalls or mechanical means of traps in this vicinity. You all are all noticing also, I put this black circle on the middle of it because I forgot to before, but there's a chunk missing, like a bit of a stone tablet missing from the center of this engraved stone door. But Telperion, if you're the one kind of first going up to it to read, what quadrant? The bottom left quadrant?
Bottom left.
Oh, that was me clicking.
Oh, my bad.
The bottom right, actually. I like that symbol.
Bottom right. The quadrant to the bottom right, the Elvish text around the rim reads in Elvish. I should do this so I can paste it in the chat because you guys are going to ask me to. The sun's shadow was blinded and became lost, and the oak father wilted, grasping at colors before fading into darkness and cold.
I was going to write it down, but never mind.
All that? Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, the literal runes here are an approximation. It's smaller, more dense text, but yes.
Yeah.
But that quadrant says, the sun's shadow was blinded, it became lost, and the oak father wilted, grasping at colors before fading into darkness and cold.
Wow. Top right.
Top right says, above the oak father, the Ethel sun flourished, as did its people, but such brilliance was too great for this world, and it scorched the earth, burning the world around them.
Top left.
My turn. I want to read this one.
Let you do it.
What you got, Jerry? Which quadrant? Still top left?
The
or
one
a
that,
different one?
yeah, the one that Steve
Okay.
said, yeah.
Okay. The top left one reads, whether ocean, flood, or tears of eye, water enchants the lands the goddess granted, and from her bounty the oak father grew.
That's top left.
That is top left.
I'll go in for the bottom left one, and as I'm doing it, I want to be like touching the stone just to see if anything mechanical, like if it can move at all
Sure.
or anything like that.
As you kind of put your fingers to the stone, it feels cold, like natural stone. Clearly workings of magical inscriptions or something going on here, but nothing seems mechanically able to shift or rotate or move necessarily.
Okay.
The bottom left stanza, as you reads, no light was lit nor song was sung, but in the infinite cold of the evernight, the dawn spark looked ahead with foresight to imagine a great work to care for.
So we need to figure out the order of these quadrants and the proper order to read them, perhaps.
As we read them aloud, is there any reaction from the stone
is
or
not.
the door?
There's not.
Orlet, can you tell if this door is magical?
I will. If you give me a quick second, I'll see if anything magical pops up around here. And I'll take 10 minutes to do another detect magic.
If you're spending some time here quietly, I would like everyone to roll a stealth check.
I want
to see how unnoticed you are in this location.
Oh, 14.
14, 17, 8, 9, 12. All right. I'm going to roll a perception check for whatever may be listening and see if that makes the difference here to set a loose DC. what's the average here? 17 and a 12. As you guys are inspecting the stone,
Yeah.
you guys notice the cracking of twigs above you. And as I move you guys back to the previous screen, I think I need... You guys notice the cracking of stone above you, and I'm going to move Telperion away from there. Where's Jiri? I don't see Jiri's token.
I think Jerry's back by the top left.
No,
I just
I'm
want all
running
you guys
around the
closer.
woods.
Oh.
Okay, so you guys position you guys where you are, but Telperion is functionally like, I'll put him in this space, but he's functionally like looking at the door, shall we say.
So
All you guys are
right
kind
here.
of crowded around the door. I mean, it's really 20 feet off this map, but we're going to do this on this map.
That's cool.
I'd be like probably right next to Telperion.
Okay. Let me do that and that and that. Okay. As you guys hear the creaking of twigs and stuff from up ahead over this wall and network of bramblevine, this smaller dome inside the larger dome, everyone give me a perception check.
Hey.
I'm going to give it a check as well. Not being stealthy to get the drop on you all, you suddenly hear an additional breaking of twigs as you see a large bird-like avian creature beat its wings and rise up higher into the air. But this bird does not have an avian-like face. It has the face and jowl structure and antlers of a very strange mythical creature. Telperion, you can give me a history check to see if you know what this is.
A jackalope sphinx?
I know what this is. Ugh, disgusting. A 7 + 4 is 11.
Yeah, with only an 11, you're not sure what this thing is, but you do think you've heard of something with the body of a bird in the face of a essentially a deer or a stag, but it looks angry and defiled and nasty looking. As this thing beats into the air, this creature looms roughly 40 feet ahead of you, or above you, really. And as it threatens to loom closer, I would like everyone to roll initiative. Why? Okay, well, that's weird. Well, that's strange because like your GPU should be able to handle that, but you are doing a shit ton of RAM stuff. Okay, I can maybe do that. Let me figure this out. I don't know if this is going to fix it, but I'm just going to turn vision and night vision off for you and save the settings. Did that update it? If that did not update it, there's nothing I can do because of the way it was set up. Did that change something for you? Yeah, it's the nature of the map, not the way the tokens were built, sadly. Okay, so as I make that thing visible, looming 40 feet above you or so, it's going to also roll initiative here.
Roulette is really into the puzzle.
Sorry, this is delaying things a bit. Got it. Okay, as this thing beats its wings and rises into the air, not surprising you guys, by any means. Jiri, you are the first to be able to react.
All right, I'm gonna chuck a stone at it.
Okay. Blowing into it, and that range is pretty far, right? Definitely within 40 feet.
I think it's a 60-foot range.
Okay. Then definitely. You do not have advantage on this attack, I don't think, unless there's something giving you advantage.
Oh, I don't know why I clicked advantage. That is my bad.
It's 40 feet away?
Yeah, 40 feet in the air above you guys. Okay, that definitely hits still. So you blow into your stone and hurl it with really good aim.
Same
and
damage.
Definitely impact it. 10 damage. I can't do bird noises, but it shrieks it being hit with that thing. Then Telperion, you are next.
All right, I'm gonna do something weird. I'm gonna take out a javelin, and I want to try to pull it down 5 feet towards me.
Okay, you can absolutely do that. It will roll a strength save.
That's a jump.
Ooh, I think it fails, right?
12 is my thing. 8.
Oh, then it succeeds. So you feel the purchase on it from your range. Do you have range to reach that? Yeah, you do, I think, because your thing is extended.
Oh, no, I don't think I can do this without, it should be, I think the pull has to be within 30 feet, so I don't think I'm legally allowed to.
So it's, okay, so you don't waste your bonus action doing that. You kind of reach out to try, and you're like, oh, it's outside my reach. Okay.
Okay.
So you still have your bonus action.
Disregard what I said. I'm going to wait for it to come, to stoop down. I'm going to hold my action to throw
a javelin.
A sliver up at it.
Oh, a sliver. Got it.
Disregard the javelin thing.
Holding your action for when it comes into range. Got it.
Yeah. And I don't think I can't utilize any bonus action. I'll use my bonus action to try to fling a sliver up at it.
Okay.
That's quick toss, and it's already out of range, so it's just disadvantage either way.
Yes. Go ahead and roll with disadvantage.
Okay. 12.
Definitely does not hit.
Sorry, 14.
Still does not hit. I gave it essentially a boost to its armor class with you being both out of its range and not within. You're not used to this motion, but also it is significantly out of your range of the 20 foot of the sliver. So your sliver unfortunately sails up and away and past into that kind of thicket above that structure. So just out of sight, but still retrievable. That is your bonus action. You're holding your action to throw your other sliver at it when it comes near. Got it. Anything else for you?
That's it.
Okay.
There's nothing to climb, is there?
You could try and climb up the brambles. There's actually, the ledges are available to climb. Probably requires an acrobatics check to avoid taking piercing damage on the way up with all the thorns.
I'll try, because I'm going to have to go up there now either way.
Okay. So you're pretty close to him, so you can just start climbing, but make an acrobatics check just to, this is not athletics to climb. You're going to be able to climb it, but it's to avoid.
11.
I think I'll have you take 1d4 piercing damage, but you are able to functionally get yourself half movement up. So you can climb 15 feet up.
Are you rolling the d4 or am I?
I will.
You roll the d4.
Oh, that's right, because warding bond's still going because it's an hour. Okay. So yes, you each take 2 damage from that situation.
Okay, and I'm just waiting till it moves towards me to use my held action. That's all.
Okay. Toby. Unfortunately, also, you know this by now, but your wings have sputtered out and faded. Yeah. Okay. Toll the Dead, wisdom save. Does it just miss? Nice. Okay, so it takes d12 damage. Nice. You definitely see it like wince in pain, but then shrug it off. Anything with your bonus or movement? Okay. As this thing beats its wings, now regarding you as the thing that just like reached into its mind, it beats its wings and folds them in, angling itself down for a dive straight toward you, Tobirama. Telperion, as soon as this thing is within your reach, you can go ahead and throw your held action sliver at it, but it is going to make a dive attack at Tobirama.
A miss with a 10.
It does miss. This one just scattering into the wall or the brush nearby as you're kind of partially up the side of this wall throwing the thing at it. But then it will make a gore attack at Tobirama during its dive. It is going to fall 30 feet down, 40 feet down toward you, which is enough to get its dive bonus, but... Oh no, it misses. And then it's as it lands next to you trying to gore you, but you're able to jump to the side, and then with its second attack is going to try and talon you. Neither hit and neither get the dive attack bonus. As soon as it lands and misses, it launches up into the ground, or up into the air, with its flyby ability, not provoking opportunity attacks. So now it is 20 feet in the air.
Bastard.
But right next to Tobirama. Well, above Tobirama and Roulette, roughly. But Roulette, it is your turn.
I'm trying to figure something out. 10, so it's another 10 feet. God. I'm gonna have Alfie reposition down to here. He can't reach anyway. And I'm just gonna pop in the middle here. I'm just gonna hold my action until this thing comes into a 10-foot range of me so I can swing at it.
Got it.
How many? Yeah, I think that's my turn. Yeah.
Okay. Jiri, you're up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chuck another rock at it. It's too high for me to get to, so I'm just gonna keep pelting it.
Okay, perfect. Roll it.
He's such a little
Yes.
Definitely strikes true for 7 piercing.
Is this the first to hit
7
it?
bludgeoning.
Bludgeoning, yes.
Rock is super effective against flying.
Oh, okay.
Yep. It definitely winces in pain and beats its wings at you. Is that it for Jiri?
Really, all I can do, I guess I'll stand over here to get closer to it in a way in case it comes back down to try to swing at it, even though it has flyby. Jerry wouldn't know that.
Yep. Okay. Got it. Telperion.
Where am I
halfway
at?
up. You're 15 feet up on the wall, really kind of like there.
And it's further away from me? It's hovering over them?
It's 20 feet above where they are. It's, almost equal horizontal with you, but 20 feet away.
Okay. And my slivers are out of sight.
Yes. One is above you off in the distance. One's in the brush kind of loosely in this direction.
I can't see one. Okay. I will just take a javelin and I'll hurl a javelin at it. God.
Okay. Still hanging from the side of the brambles. You just take that out.
Actually, I'm going to try to go higher. I'm going to get some height on it. I'll go another 15 feet up if I can.
Okay. Go for it. Do make me another acrobatics check. DC is 13 to avoid taking piercing damage.
Yeah, my 4 is definitely not going to help on that.
Yeah, no, you do take another D4 of piercing damage climbing the brambles. 4, unfortunately. Oh yes, you each take 2. Yep.
Was the last roll 4? Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
so now I'm going to roll my attack.
Got it. Definitely within
2.
range. You're good. Yikes, that javelin also just soars past it. It sees it coming and beats out of the way. Also potentially retrievable, but out of sight currently.
I'll just pull it towards me to
Got it. You do find, maybe because it's closer in your range, but you are able to pull it towards you. So it's now hovering above all of your friends, 20 feet up in the air.
Oh, I also have a question. Not to metagame. I was at a height advantage on it, so did I get advantage on this?
You're not at a height advantage on it. You're like 10 feet above it from distance. That's not significant enough to be like an archer raining down on someone necessarily.
That's my awesome turn.
Okay, sorry. Toby. Okay. It tries to resist and fails. Got it. It shrieks in pain. It is not happy. It is going to, yep. Okay. It is, you don't know what the name of it is, but it's the Periton's turn. It is now having been injured by several of you in its avian form, not sure, like it's beating, not sure what target it wants to make or considering fleeing potentially. It sees Telperion up in the direction of the way it wants to travel. It is going to fly over to Telperion to make a Talon and Gore attack. Gore? Nope. Talon? Nope. So it misses you with both. I don't know how you're able to deflect or just keeping it at bay with your shield. But as soon as it's not able to attack you, it's going to use the rest of its movement to fly by and soar away from you and kind of into the canopy structure where it may have come from, trying to flee. It is still in sight, but it is considered off map at this point, roughly 40 feet away.
Is it looking pretty hurt?
It definitely is. Feathers were flying from it. It was bleeding, blood dropping onto the people below it. Definitely a dangerous creature, but maybe not very able to take a lot of successive hits.
Your turn.
No. Oh, it is my turn.
Yes, it is Roulette's turn. Sorry. Yep. But the creature is fleeing roughly 40 feet away from Telperion, a little further from the rest of you.
I'll put away the hammer in frustration, and I'm just going to snap at it to see if I can light its tail feathers on fire.
Okay.
One to hit.
Good.
Definitely hits. And your range is probably a lot with Firebolt, right?
120.
Oh, yeah. You're good.
Give me a 10. Give me a 10. 5.
Five's not bad. You hear it shriek in the distance as its tail definitely caught some embers.
That's my turn.
Okay. Jiri.
All right. I'm gonna chase after it if I have to like move to get closer to it.
Yeah, so you can run like 20 feet up to the kind of, well, it's probably a little less than 20 feet, 15 or so feet to get up to the wall. But it is far above the wall now and up in the air. So it is going to take your, movement to climb the wall like Telperion has been doing to try and get closer to it, or you can make a ranged attack. But,
right, yeah, I'm gonna throw. I'm just getting close enough to be within range to throw the rock at it.
Sure. Is that a 60-foot range?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you can get close enough to hit it from 60 for sure. So go ahead and roll it. 20 definitely hits. 11 bludgeoning damage.
Look at these rocks.
Very nice. Again, it shrieks in pain as these projectiles are finding its form, but it is still kept in the air trying to beat its wings to get away. Telpy.
I'm gonna keep climbing. How high can I go?
You can go, it's probably you've climbed 30 feet at this point, so it's another 10 feet up is kind of where this thing levels out to a different horizontal type of terrain. But it will expend 20 of your movement to get up there. Roll another acrobatics check for me, just because the brambles are easy to climb, but dangerous to climb.
10.
DC is 13 to avoid piercing. So a little bit more piercing. 1. I'm going to say Toby Rama, you don't take any splitting it. It'll all go to Telperion.
Neither of them take it.
Well, no. We're not rounding down halves. Someone's going to take a point of damage
Let's
here.
see if I can roll over 10.
Yay! What are you doing?
Okay, so you are standing now at the top of this situation, and it does rise gently like a slope, and all kind of like this dome spiraling towards this central tree that is poking out of whatever situation's under this dome through the door that you guys were inspecting.
Okay. Sliver in sight?
Yes, Sliver. Oh, your slivers are back in the brush. You'll need to go retrieve those.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Tell me
Oh,
later.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. One of them did come up here. You can scan the horizon really quickly and see if you get anything. You can make an investigation check.
15 plus 4, 19.
Yeah, you can see your sliver 20 feet or so in front of you.
Okay, then javelin at it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it. It is outside of the 30, so it is a disadvantage, but it's well within the 120 of the javelin.
I'll move 5 feet closer towards it then.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
10 feet.
Probably,
I can do 10
yeah,
feet.
roughly 10. You do have 10 left. So you move forward to it and you put yourself in a spot where you are not at disadvantage.
Sweet.
Go ahead and roll.
Yeah, 5 plus 6.
Unfortunately not. This javelin soars through the sky and just like it arcs away in a direction that your trajectory was not set to hit. And with that, it is effectively virtually out of range. I think Toby's turn was before.
I will
so
use
Toby,
my bonus action to pull it towards me.
It is significantly out of. Oh, if it was within 30, yeah, okay, you can do that. It'll do a strength save. I think it resists. So you see it's momentum slow, but then it pushes past it.
What's its fly speed?
60.
Bleh.
Quite possibly. Okay. Its form was a little feeble, and you saw it like almost like wrap its wings up into it and start to go into a dive, but it beats it and pulls out of your magic spell. But as it then takes its turn to dash and get away, very, very injured, it does manage to kind of disappear into the canopy above this structure, trying to get away from you guys, which functionally brings us out of combat for the moment. Mm-hmm.
They'll probably die of its wounds later.
That thing will bleed out.
And just for fun, I'll pull us back to this screen just because that's kind of where you guys are right in front of. But
I will immediately, as soon as the thing starts flying away, I'll immediately kickstart another 10 minutes of detect magic.
Okay.
To ritual cast.
This time it does go off, not assaulted by this creature in the middle of the process. You are able to spend 10 minutes slowly detecting magic. You do get magical indications from 4 things here. I kind of want to make them tinted differently. From this from this rune in the top left quadrant, you get a sense of enchantment magic. It is a rune that means enchantment. It's not holding enchantment magic, but it is giving you the sense of enchantment magic for whatever reason. The one in the top right quadrant is giving you a sense of evocation magic. The one in the bottom right quadrant is giving you a sense of necromantic magic. And the one in the bottom left is giving you a sense of tint color, divination magic. God damn it, I hate when I accidentally shift that thing. But those are the only glowing runes of magical energy you are able to detect in the space. Everything else seems, for the moment, inert.
I will share this with the group.
I've gathered using Kair or whatever I need to get my stuff back. I think
you're able to retrieve the sliver that was ahead of you. You climb down and you're able to retrieve the other sliver that kind of fell in the brush. One of the javelins soared up toward the tree. That one's going to require significantly more investigation, but the one that you lost behind you, you can go track that one down as well.
I'll just deduct a javelin. While I was up there, before I come down, I know there's a tree up there. Is there anything else of interest?
Make a perception check.
18.
Nothing specifically of interest that seems valuable to grab, although indicating from what you had already previously possibly gathered is whatever's through that door, whatever space is contained in that within this smaller dome that this large massive tree is kind of shooting through the top of, you're seeing possibly there's another space cavern like in that space. And you do notice the bramble vines are increasingly darker and darker and darker as they get closer to the base of that tree, and the entire tree is entirely blackened and charred, as if entirely wilted.
Yeah. I want to go down and help Roulette now with the runes. Where there's a hole, is it just like, is there nothing? Is it just like a crater?
It is a hole in the stone. You can look through it if you want.
I would like to.
Okay, make a perception check. Yeah, just make a straight perception check.
17.
It seems similarly dark in there, but oppressively so. And you do see other indications of trees and foliage. It seems to be another sub-chamber of whatever this thicket space is.
I tell them that.
Wait, you could see through it, or
Yeah. It was dark in there, and it's dark in there, and I can see trees. What I don't know is how we make this open. Do we have to?
I mean, it seems like it's a bit of a story kind of thing, and my guess is this, based on what I'm detecting, there's certain runes. It's not holding magic, but it might be open to receiving magic.
Oh, you have your cheap things, don't you?
I'm gonna go near the top right corner quadrant thing.
Yeah.
Which of the paragraphs was top right? I forget.
It read, above the oak father, the Ethel sun flourished, as did its people. Such brilliance was too great for this world, and it scorched the earth, burning the world around them.
I don't think that was the first one. I think the top left was the first one. From the story, having read it.
Wait, do we know which one was the first?
Nice. I think that whether ocean, flood, or tear was the top. Oh no, that was bottom left because there was an I.
No, that was the top left because it's had water in the paragraph, but not the symbol. I remember that. So the ocean one is the top left.
Hang on. The top left reads, whether ocean, flood, or tears of eye, water enchants the lands the goddess granted.
Yes.
And from her bounty, the oak father grew. And this is similar to the word enchants. This rune was giving you an enchantment magic residue.
Can anyone cast an enchantment spell into it? I can do conjuration.
Conjuration.
Oh shit.
Oh, thank you, Critter.
Can anyone cast anything with enchantment?
I literally don't know what the thank you's for, but we'll see.
Someone just wrote ocean. Someone wrote ocean/enchantment on the screen.
Yeah, I was just adding them for my own
Oh, smart.
mental picturing. If this helps anybody else.
As soon as you cast light, you're expecting to see your hand, as it similarly does usually, emanate the magic. You just see like particle effects as soon as the magic is triggered, it all gets sucked into that rune, and the rune is now glowing with the coloration of your light magic, which is magenta, and then slowly fading to grayness. Similarly, at the bottom right, you cast Toll the Dead, and that necromantic magic is immediately sucked into the rune and is glowing as well. The bottom left, Guidance as divination, you similarly do that, sucks the magic into that rune. 3 of 4 now glowing.
I will take out one of my heroism patches, which is similar to my Cure Wounds one, but is more complicated and has little shock pads on it. And I will cast / apply it to the top left one as an enchantment spell.
Heroism
Yeah.
is enchantment. As you apply that patch,
Let me double
immediately
check. Yes, it's enchantment. Yeah.
Okay, as long as that's enchantment, the patch you apply immediately disintegrates and the magic is sucked into the rune. All 4 magical runes now glowing. And as soon as they glow, the droplet of water, the sun, the leaf, and the snowflake all start to glow as well. And from all of those, there is a magical channel of energy that starts to work its way into the grooves of this thing and try and surround, making their way flowing into the center, but not able to complete.
With my
And after 6-12 seconds or so, all of the glowing runes slowly fade to dimness.
with my rewinding 12 seconds with my detect magic still up because it lasts for 10 minutes.
Oh, sure. You do notice you're getting an enhanced sense of those things. You're seeing them light up in your detect magic senses, seeing the arcane bits of glowing energy now no longer inert, but now full of magic in some strange way. All of those seem to be containing transmutation magic, but they are very clearly being blocked or not able to continue their path to the center. And then after a series of seconds, the magic will slowly dim and fade.
And can I react and get one?
Sure.
I'm gonna cast Mending as a
Sure.
transmutation spell. Like,
yeah, how do you cast it?
I don't know. What do I use for mending? I have hammers and shit. Oh, it's 1 minute. Never mind. I'm not casting it.
Which is transmutation? As soon as you issue your thaumaturgy, what are you doing? What kind of effect are you intending to apply? Okay, very cool. As you do it, it seems like it's sucked in and it's immediately dissipated. No effect having been applied to the door.
I'm gonna put Kair right in the hole.
Okay. Nothing happens, no visible effects. You just try and reach out telekinetically and probe at it, but nothing happens.
Could I, with the waning minute of detect magic, can I tell what's blocking it or no?
Make an investigation or Arcana check. Actually, make it specifically Arcana.
I was gonna make it Arcana, yeah.
Okay,
18?
you can give him guidance.
Oh, I'll take guidance.
You tried to say it before you rolled, so that's fair game for sure.
20
exactly,
even.
it's exactly a 20. You're seeing the grooves try and make their way. You see the flow of magic. You're recalling the flow of magic trying to make their way to the center. And where this vacuous hole is in the middle, it doesn't seem perfectly spherical. It seems like there's like ridges and edges to it, like some portion of stone is missing from this tablet of slate. That is a gemstone that is about smaller than an engagement ring's diamond. This is like roughly larger than fist. This is larger than fist size. Yeah. Yeah. Tourmaline's
Toby,
just a
that's a good
gemstone.
question. We're probably looking for some missing piece of stone or a key for something that needs to go in the middle of this thing.
This is probably not gonna work, but can you give me a lit stone?
I certainly can.
Smaller than that hole.
I'll pick up a rock and I will. What gives it light? Oh, my sun dropper thing. And I'll lights up.
I want to take that and then I want to push it through the hole. Okay, through the hole and into the other side, so I can see if something is. I'm looking to see if the piece was punctured and like pushed through into the.
Oh, gotcha.
Area behind
make
the door.
it. Yeah, sure. Make a perception check with advantage. Now that you're kind of lighting that space out ahead of you, helping yourself a little bit.
21.
You definitely hover it through and kind of are like peering through the door. You definitely do not see that the stone has been punched through and has fallen to the other side. However, as you're moving the stone forward, you hear up ahead the grunt of a and as you hear like the grunting footsteps of something looming and running at you, you see a large, bulbous, blue-fleshed individual carrying a large like stone club. A troll is rushing at the door, and as it sees your light, it slams the door, and its club is knocked away from it. And then it just like paws at the door, not able to reach you all, but very clearly a troll on the other side of this door in whatever space is back there. You see his like 2 fingers trying to reach through the gate.
Maybe we shouldn't be opening this door.
But we think that Sora's in there.
Oh, this is where the drag marks led.
Yeah. Jiri's always constantly like re-upping his supply of stones. He's gonna, so we always and he's gonna stop and like look at the ones that he picked up in this area to see if there's any that like might fit that pattern.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I'm gonna give you the free information that as you're like constantly re-upping your supply, your ammo, you do not find any stones that are 1, the coloration, or 2, the size of this gate.
How big is this, the hole?
Larger than fist size.
Larger than fist sized.
An interesting thought, although you very clearly identify your medallion is much closer in size to the amulet on your wrist, certainly smaller than fist size.
I haven't asked yet. I mean, this is very elvish. It's elvish writing. Ethel is the word for elf.
Yes. So the inscription is very clearly elvish. Nothing in the midst of it, the runic carvings, none of those are elvish, but more, as Roulette suspects from Sora's conversation with you and the lizard folk carvings, more druidic in nature.
Is this and this isn't feeling particularly Mooncrest elf?
Not specifically. I'll give you a history check.
Is the troll still there?
Probably like loses interest a few moments after, like can't get through. Probably picks up his club again and slams it on the door and then just saunters away.
13.
Seems elvish. Not sure if you can identify markings that would attribute this to a specific culture.
I very much want to get through this. I've heard of the Donsbach, but I don't know if we all know about that.
Yeah, I would say Telperion, give me a general history check.
11.
11's enough to know that the Oak Father is a humanoid, sometimes worshipped or like given reverence by elves just because of his domain of nature and the wilds of nature, but like is not of the Seldarin pantheon, is worshipped by many different cultures, but is the general spirit of lawful neutral, or actually chaotic neutral, I think, of wilderness, just like survival of the fittest, whatever grows and takes place and kills off each other, it is all meant to happen. It's all random chaos, supposed to be survival of the fittest. Very detached, nihilistic view of nature, but is reverent and it's like respected, that view. So Oakfather is just a generic deity worshipped by many. Dawnspark, you think you've heard before, but you're not sure where, and you don't know necessarily what that is. Evernight is considered just before. And when I say before, I mean capital letter before of, this is before anything existed. That's like commonly referred to as like the period of time before there was time. So even with a not crazy roll, you still identify those two common bits of understanding.
With our knowledge of Elvish, do we know like where in this circle it would begin? Is there like a specific like order to them?
That's a really good question. Make me a general intelligence check. You definitely can read it regardless, but I want to, if you can suss out kind of the syntactical construction of the stanzas.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Hilarious. But as you can tell, as you can see, the circle of inscription all kind of blends together. Each stanza is kind of nicely spaced in its quadrant, but there's no clear indication of where it might start or end.
I don't know how we get in there without the stone. Do we want to? Can we canvas the area outside here? We haven't.
I mean, I think we need to look around for a stone matching this description.
Yeah, maybe it's somewhere in the forest.
I wouldn't mind taking a quick seat.
Okay, so are you guys interested in pursuing a short rest?
I guess, but Telperian's gonna be really restless throughout, and he'll just be really kind of looking more at the rocks.
You can
and
go
stuff.
search while we sit.
Telpian, I'd go with you. We can go look a little bit.
Okay.
I'll send Alfie with you.
I mean, we're probably not going out of your eyesight. I don't know. I guess we'd start really close and we'd radiate outward.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move us away from the gate screen back to this area of terrain. Okay, so as you guys consider what to do next, some of you potentially scouting the area and looking, still light enough activity to benefit from a short rest in this period if you wish. You guys can definitely begin that process of doing so. And we can call things there for the day. We can certainly go further if you guys want to, but it has been over 4 hours and we can continue the dungeon next time.
I'm dying to get through, so I would be interested here if we find anything while searching, but I don't know.
Yeah, over the course of the next 10 minutes, let's say, go ahead and Telperian, with Jiri and Alfie's help, go ahead and make an investigation check with advantage.
20.
20 is good enough. You do not find a stone. You do find other prints in the ground, not equine in nature, but loosely humanoid, but elongated and clawed on the toes. In the direction away from the equine creatures, like loosely in this direction, you start to see these footprints. These are noticeably not, I literally forget the words. There's unique words for if a creature stands on its like toes or its flat foot. These are not the form of like a panther humanoid's like toe step. These are flat-footed humanoid type footprints that lead roughly in that direction. To and from the gate. You see them in various directions.
I may have found tracks for someone who may have the stone. So we could go south and follow this trail.
Yeah, it's probably roughly loosely half hour to an hour for a short rest. I think book says an hour. But I'll say we'll call things there as you guys are in the middle of a short rest and thinking about what direction to try and search for this missing stone. And then we'll come back next time and see if you guys are able to complete your short rest.
Oh, well, don't do the short rest yet. We'll do it.
Yeah, don't do it yet. We'll start off with that. So
Yeah.
but dungeon session number 1 complete.
Woo!
I second winded because I thought we were short resting, but I'll just leave it there.
That's fine. You can do that ahead of time if you want a short rest, or you can save it for later because you won't need it if you short rest necessarily.
I usually like doing it before a short rest just to burn that instead of hit die.
Oh, because you can get that back anyway at short rest.
I'll just second winded